Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past.
이 몸을 삼가 바치나이다. 일찍이 바다에 미래가 있다는 것을 깨달은 해군의 아버지 손원일 제도. 1945년 11월 11일 손원일 제독을 비롯한 삼각자들은 우리의 바다는 우리 손으로 지킨다는 신념 하나로 3군 중 가장 먼저 해군의 모체인 해방병단을 창설했습니다. 변변한 전투함 한 척 없었지만 선배 전우들의 도전은 멈추지 않았습니다. 장병들의 자발적 모금과 해군 부인들의 삭바느질, 그리고 정부와 국민의 성금이 모여 최초의 전투함 백두산함을 갖게 되었고, 싸우면 이길 수 있다는 강한 자신감도 갖게 되었습니다. 1950년 6월 25일 밤, 풍전등화의 위기에서 동해로 긴급 출전한 백두산함. 부산 인근 해상으로 남하하던 북한 무장수송선과의 교전에서 우리의 바다를 지켜내는 최초의 승전을 거두었습니다. 우리의 시선은 더 넓은 곳으로 향했습니다. 그것은 바로 드넓은 바다를 우리 손으로 만든 군함으로 지키는 것입니다. 마침내 우리의 기술로 국산 전투함 시대를 열었고, 수상, 수중, 항공의 입체 전력을 갖추어 한 단계 더 도약했습니다. 한국형 구축함 광개토 대왕함에서 대형 수송함 독도함, 이지스 구축함 세종 대왕함, 중형 잠수함 도산 안창호함, 신형 이지스 구축함 정조 대왕함에 이르기까지 이제 해군은 국가 정책을 힘으로 뒷받침할 수 있는 해양 강군의 면모를 갖추어 나가고 있습니다. 바다에서 오는 적은 바다에서 막아야 한다. 해군과 해병대는 위기의 순간마다 우리의 바다를 굳건히 수호해 왔습니다. 하지만 한반도를 둘러싼 안보 상황의 불확실성은 가중되고 있습니다. 북한의 핵과 미사일 위협은 거세지고 있으며, 우크라이나 사태는 국제 정세의 긴장감을 더욱 고조시키고 있습니다. 이러한 안보 위협은 바다에 집중되고 있어 해양 안보의 중요성은 나날이 증가하고 있습니다. 특히 수출입 물동량의 99.8%가 바다를 통해 이루어지는 우리에게 있어 바다는 반드시 지켜내야 할 생명선입니다.
저 넓고 푸른 바다에 우리의 미래가 달려 있습니다. 우리 함께 담대한 미래를 향한 힘찬 항해에 나섭시다. 여러분 모두가 신해양강국 대한민국 호위 선장입니다.
신해양강국 건설을 위해 우리 해군은 해양 강군으로 거듭나야 합니다. 이를 위해 어떠한 상황에서도 싸우면 반드시 이길 수 있도록 전방위 상시 대비 태세를 확립하겠습니다. 강하고 실전적인 교육 훈련과 행동화를 통해 연합 합동작전의 완전성을 제고하여 적이 도발하면 현장에서 승리로 작전을 종결짓겠습니다. 해군은 국방혁신 4.0에 주도적으로 참여하면서 첨단 과학기술 기반의 해양 강군을 건설하고 있습니다. AI를 적용한 해양 유무인 복합체계.
네, 여러분께 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? From 10:30, the 16th International Seapower Symposium is going to begin. Dear participants, please enter the venue and be seated. For the seamless proceeding over the event, please turn your mobile to vibration mode or silent mode. We provide you with a simultaneous interpretation service. On the table, you can see there are receivers, right? Please tune in channel 1 for English, tune in channel 2 for Korean.
Opening ceremony of the 16th International Seapower Symposium will be starting momentarily. Please enter the venue and have your seats. And we'll provide you with simultaneous interpretation service throughout the symposium. You find a receiver at your table. And please tune in channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Korean. 네. 여러분.
국방부 장관님,
Minister of National Defense, Chairman of the National Defense Committee, and His Excellency British Ambassador to South Korea, the Chief Naval Operations of ROK Navy, Deputy Commander of ROK U.S. Combined Forces Command are entering the venue. Please welcome them with a big hand. I would like to kindly invite distinguished guests on the stage for commemorative photo taking.
올해
The 16th International Seapower Symposium is now being held, and we are going to talk about Indo-Pacific Comprehensive Cooperation and Maritime Security. I believe that many of you who came to this symposium are honoring this event with your presence. Distinguished guests are on the stage for group photo taking. And also there are many people from media. I would like to thank all the experts from at home and abroad who are making their utmost efforts to make Indo-Pacific area more prosperous and also more peaceful. I would like to kindly ask you to stay with us until the very end of the symposium. Again, please give them a big hand.
자, 이렇게 마무리하.
Thank you so much. You may return to your seat.
And please proceed back to your seats. Thank you very much. 네, 여러분 이제 모두
Please be seated. For the mutual cooperation and also for reciprocity, the 16th International Seapower Symposium is being successfully held thanks to your support and also your interest. Once again, I would like to thank you all for your participation. Please be seated. Thank you for your cooperation. The 16th International Seapower Symposium is being held thanks to your support and also interest. Once again, I would like to thank you all for your high interest for this symposium today. My name is Kim Kyung-mi, your moderator for today's symposium. It is my pleasure to meet with you all. The 16th International Seapower Symposium is being co-hosted by Republic of Korea Navy, Korea Institute for Maritime Strategy, the Korean Association of International Studies, Slok Study Group Korea, Sejong, Hanyang, Chungnam National Universities in Korea. Starting from 1989, this year marks the 16th anniversary of the symposium, and the topic for today's event is the Indo-Pacific Comprehensive Cooperation and Maritime Security. Once again, I would like to thank you all for filling up the room of the event. So please allow me to begin the opening ceremony of the symposium today. I would like to introduce to you the distinguished guests who are honoring today's event with their presence. When I name and introduce them, please welcome them with a big hand. Please welcome Lee Jong-seop, Minister of National Defense. Thank you. Please welcome Han Ki-ho, Chairman of National Defense Committee. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Please welcome Admiral Lee Jong-ho, the Chief of Naval Operations of the Republic of Korea Navy. Thank you very much. Please welcome General An Byung-seok, Deputy Commander of ROK U.S. Combined Forces Command. Thank you. Please welcome His Excellency Colin Crooks, the British Ambassador to South Korea. Please welcome Do Deok-hee, President of Korea Maritime and Ocean University. Thank you. Please welcome Chung Sam-man, Director of the Center for Maritime Security, Korea Institute for Maritime Strategy. Thank you. Please welcome Park In-hui, President of the Korean Association of International Studies. Thank you. Please welcome Bae Jong-hyun, Chairman of the Executive Committee, the Slok Study Group Korea. Thank you. Please welcome Kim Kyung-won, Vice President of Sejong University. Please welcome Lee Han-seung, Vice President of Hanyang University. Please welcome him with a big hand. Please welcome Chun Ki-seok, Dean, School of Integrated National Security, Chungnam National University. And I would like to thank all of the people who are participating in this symposium. I would like to ask for your kind understanding for not being able to introduce every one of you due to time constraint. And next, to open up the floor for today's symposium, please welcome Admiral Lee Jong-ho, Chief of the Naval Operations of the ROK Navy. Please welcome him on the stage with a big hand. Good morning, everyone. I am Admiral Lee Jong-ho, the Chief of Naval Operations of the Republic of Korea Navy. First and foremost, I would like to extend my gratitude to Korea Institute for Maritime Security, the Slok Study Group Korea, Korean Association of International Studies, Sejong University, Chungnam University, Hanyang University for their efforts they made to make the International Seapower Symposium possible. I also would like to express my gratitude to Minister Lee Jong-seop and also Congressman Han Ki-ho for your kind opening remarks. Furthermore, I express my gratitude to Deputy Commander of Combined Forces Command, General An Byung-seok, for sharing his profound insight through delivering today's keynote speech, and also President of the Korea Association of International Studies, Dr. Park In-hee, and also Director of Hanyang University's National Strategy Institute, Dr. Kim Sung-soo, for chairing the symposium, and to others participating in today's presentation and debate. Especially, I convey my sincerest welcome and gratitude to Admiral Francisco Cubadis and the commander of the Colombian Navy, and Admiral Fahd Al-Ghofali, the commander of the Royal Saudi Navy, along with a delegation from 17 different nations. I also would like to sincerely welcome scholars from home and abroad to ISS. The International Seapower Symposium, which celebrates its 16th anniversary, has been a platform for discussion and dialogue to search for ways to multinational maritime security cooperation through predicting the rapidly changing maritime security environment. Particularly, I find it even more meaningful that we are gathered here today to discuss about the Indo-Pacific region's comprehensive cooperation and maritime security. Today, the Indo-Pacific region is facing a complex opportunity and challenge, especially as the strategic value and importance of the Indo-Pacific region are increasing. Regional nations are focusing on taking competitive leads as well as advancing their capabilities to expand influence. Furthermore, in the midst of North Korea's intensifying nuclear and missile threat, North Korea is further threatening peace and safety of the Korean Peninsula and the international community, as they have recently violated the UNSC resolution by launching a long-range ballistic missile disguised under the name of reconnaissance satellite. Additionally, transnational and non-traditional threats such as terror, piracy, large-scale natural disasters, environmental pollution, and more are further highlighting the importance of a worldwide security cooperation. What we need to focus on is the fact that these comprehensive security threats can no longer be independently resolved. Thus, regional nations are preparing independent survival strategy under an extended maritime domain awareness and are prospectively expanding national maritime power and international cooperation. The ROK government has also announced a strategy for free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region last December and shown a firm will to expand its role and cooperation within the region as a global hub state. Accordingly, the ROK Navy is exerting its best effort to support the ROK government policy at sea by force. Firstly, to actualize the ROK government's Indo-Pacific strategy, we are strengthening the maritime security cooperation with the United States Navy to advance the collective response capability against the potential maritime threats, as well as to establish a rules-based international order. Furthermore, we're expanding bilateral, multilateral combined trainings and exercises, such as multinational mine warfare exercise, PSI Eastern Endeavour, RIMPAC, and more, as well as activating defense and defense industrial cooperation with EU and NATO to strengthen global comprehensive security cooperation. Additionally, in order to advance the defense cooperation and strengthen maritime security capability with ASEAN nations, the ROK Navy is actively pursuing mutual ship visits, senior-level mutual talks, the free transfer of retired naval vessels, defense industrial cooperation, and more. The Indo-Pacific regions of freedom, peace, and prosperity are entirely reliant on sea. This is because it is up to us to acquire slot and maritime resources to maintain freedom of navigation based on international rules and regulations and to shape the platform of sea. If nations cooperate through the communication, we'll be able to make the Indo-Pacific region the sea of coexistence. With that said, I'm confident that the ISS will be an important opportunity that strengthens the international community's solidarity and also resolution towards the Indo-Pacific region's collective prosperity, and also a chance to deepen maritime security cooperation based on the mutual trust. Once again, I extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the hosting of ISS, and my best wishes of good health, happiness, and success to everyone here today. Thank you.
네.
Thank you, Admiral Jong-ho Lee, for opening the symposium with great remarks. Thank you so much. He talked about the peace and prosperity, and these are hinging on the sea and the peace. And thank you for highlighting the importance, and thank you for your remarks. And next, we will have the congratulatory remark out of his busy schedule. He is here with us, and the Minister Jong-sub Lee of National Defense will be on the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning. I am Minister of National Defense. First, let me congratulate on hosting the International Seapower Symposium, which is now in its 16th year. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to many of you who are here today. Although he's not here, Chairman Jung Il-sung of Korea Institute for Maritime Strategy and Chairman Park Jin-hyun of SLOC Study Group Korea, Park In-hee, President of the Korea Association of International Studies, and scholars from Sejong and Chungnam and Hanyang universities. And I also would like to thank Chairman Han Gi-ho of National Defense Committee for honoring this event with your presence out of your busy schedule. I also would like to thank Senior Director John Hammings of Pacific Forum and other experts from home and abroad for their presentations or discussions for honoring this event with their presence. On May 31st, the ROK celebrated Maritime Day, commemorating the establishment of Cheonghaejin, a military base and hub for international maritime trade in the year of 828 by Ambassador Chang Bo-go of the unified Shilla. At the time, Shilla led the maritime trade in Northeast Asia by securing a safe sea route centered on Cheonghaejin, which allowed it to connect with India and the Arabs and enjoy economic prosperity at the time. As such, oceans have long been a major conduit for international trade, and they continue to have a major impact on national security and prosperity. In particular, the Indo-Pacific region is at the heart of global politics, economics, and security, accounting for 65% of the world's population, 46% of trade, and half of maritime transportation. Today, however, the Indo-Pacific region is politically and militarily unstable due to these historical and geopolitical factors such as maritime sovereignty and territorial disputes, and with increasing conflicts. And there are also a growing number of non-traditional threats to maritime activities, including the piracy in the Straits of Malacca and the Indian Ocean, terrorism, disasters, and climate change. And most notably, North Korea continues to escalate its nuclear and missile threats as it prepares to conduct these nuclear tests, escalating the insecurity in the region. In order to fulfill its roles and responsibilities as global pivotal country or state, the ROK has announced the Indo-Pacific Strategy for Freedom, Peace, and Prosperity. It is a strategy to strengthen a rules-based order through solidarity and cooperation with countries that share universal values. Furthermore, strong sea power and maritime-centric security cooperation are key pillars of the strategy. In this context, it is a great pleasure for me to be here today with experts in the field of maritime security to organize an international symposium on Indo-Pacific comprehensive cooperation and maritime security. I hope that various opinions to be shared today will be of great help in strengthening cooperation among countries in the region and building stability and prosperity in the region. Once again, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers and distinguished guests for hosting this important meeting, and I wish all the participants good health and happiness. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Defense, for your congratulatory remarks. And next, we will attend the congratulatory remarks, which will be delivered by Han Gi-ho, Chairman of National Defense Committee. Please welcome him on the stage with a big hand.
제가 청중
Among participants, when I see more than half of the participants are the military personnel, then I salute to you. There are two chairmen of the National Defense Committees on the Korean Peninsula. One is Kim Jong-un. The other person is myself, Ki Ho-han. I will do my best to protect South Korea. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you on the 16th International Seapower Symposium. And coming to Busan really reminds me of many things. When I see clear sea and also clear sky, I believe that attending this symposium will make all of us very pleasant. This symposium started from 1989, and in order to secure prosperity, we've been holding this symposium in order to enhance security, and also we've been coming together to engage in discussion and also dialogue in order to look for ways to do so. This is one of the renowned maritime security symposium. We also came here to analyze the current status and also to develop many measurements in order to enhance our maritime security. The global order is changing, and Russia invaded Ukraine, and by doing so, Russia is posing a threat to the world. The global world has transferred itself toward a new Cold War era after coming under ups and downs. In the new Cold War era, in order to survive, I think survival of one's nation cannot be solely done individually or respectively. It means that we need to come together among the like-minded countries. Comprehensive cooperation that we are going to talk about during the International Seapower Symposium. This is what makes the symposium all the meaningful and also timely. Right after the Korean War, Korea was merely one of the developing countries with a per capita income of less than $70, but Korea has become the world's 10th largest economy, leading the world's cutting-edge industries and culture. But still, we do not have abundant natural resources, so we are still in an unstable country. In this sense, we do not have other choices but to cooperate with the neighboring countries. Especially the Indo-Pacific strategy announced by the government is based on this idea of global pivotal state. Indo-Pacific region has a very high economic and technological potential, and there are many strategically important maritime logistics channels. But recently, complex challenges threatening freedom, peace, and prosperity in the Pacific region are increasing. So the stability of the regional order is gradually deteriorating due to these security uncertainties. The International Seapower Symposium held at this time, I think, is a very important symposium that can serve as an opportunity to promote the implementation of the Indo-Pacific strategy in the ocean through discussions on how to cooperate with the countries in the Indo-Pacific region and how to develop sea power to lead forward as a global pivotal. Freedom, peace, prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region is critical to the future of the international community. So I hope this symposium serves as a good opportunity to bring our strength and wisdom together in creating maritime security environment in the Indo-Pacific region. I will do my best as a member of the parliament, also to do my job. I would like to express my congratulations on the opening of this symposium. Thank you so much.
대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Chairman Han Gi-ho of National Defense Committee. He also highlighted the importance of the Indo-Pacific region, and he said that he will do his best and do his part in the National Assembly. Thank you so much. And next, we will have a keynote speech. On behalf of the General Paul Joseph Lacamera, commander of the Combined Forces Command, he couldn't make it today due to urgent matters, so Deputy Commander An Byung-seok will be on the stage to deliver the keynote speech. Deputy Commander An Byung-seok, please welcome him with a big round of applause. So microphone is higher, so maybe I'm the tallest speaker so far. Just a joke or icebreaker. I am Deputy Commander An Byung-seok of ROK U.S. Combined Forces Command. First of all, it is a great honor for me to be able to deliver the keynote speech at this important event. And as you can see, I have a different uniform because I am from an army. So, but thank you for inviting me, and thank you for sending me the upload. I mean, as DMC just introduced, actually this important occasion was originally to be attended by the Commander Lacamera, but due to some urgent matters, I'm here on his behalf. At first, I felt it was a bit awkward for me to be on the stage because I am from the army. But the new patterns of the future warfare forced us to confront a multi-domain operating environment and to realize that the distinction between Army, Navy, Air Force, or the Marine Corps battle space no longer means much in this new world. In this sense, I believe that my keynote address on the development of the Seapower may be one of the many steps that someone has to take to prepare for the future warfare. And I'd like to thank Admiral Lee Jong-ho, Chief of Naval Operations, for inviting me to be the keynote speaker. And I'd like to thank Minister and Chairman Han Gi-ho of the National Defense Committee, and His Excellency British Ambassador Colin Crooks to ROK, and other distinguished guests for joining us today. I'm here today to talk about the importance of our commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific and the need for sea power to sustain this peace and openness. Due to their interconnected nature, oceans have been a stage for cooperation and also conflict between nations. Depending on what we do, the oceans can be a place of peace, or it could be a place of conflict or division. To ensure that we leave our children a future that is freer, more peaceful, and more prosperous than today, we must make good use of our oceans. In that sense, we have to pay attention to the Indo-Pacific, and we cannot overemphasize its importance. The Indo-Pacific region is home to 2/3 of the world's population, accounts for 62% of global GDP, and carries more than half of all maritime transportation. As an Indo-Pacific country, South Korea is also believing that the stability and prosperity here is directly related to its national interest. The Indo-Pacific region accounts for 78% of South Korea's exports and 67% of its imports. And the South China Sea is a key maritime transportation corridor for more than half of the country's crude oil and natural gas. Recognizing the strategic importance of the Indo-Pacific region, major countries around the world are increasingly engaging in this region. The ROK has also declared freedom, peace, and prosperity as a vision for its Indo-Pacific strategy, and has been making great efforts to promote regional order through cooperation and coexistence with countries in the region. Today, we seek prosperity through the free navigation of the Indo-Pacific. But this freedom was not taken for granted. Until the early 20th century, the seas were the preserve of the mighty. It took a lot of blood to return them to free navigation. And on top of that, efforts and sacrifice, we now have a rules-based order anchored on universal values. The peace and stability of the Indo-Pacific region is directly tied to the peace and stability of the Korean Peninsula. History has shown that if there is a conflict in any part of the Indo-Pacific, it will immediately escalate into a regional conflict with adverse consequences for us and also the rest of the world. There are two primary threats to security of the free and open Indo-Pacific today. One is attempts to disrupt the rules-based order anchored on universal values by making unilateral changes to the status quo by force, and the other is the North Korean nuclear and missile threat. North Korea, in particular, has violated multiple UN Security Council resolutions and has launched ballistic missiles 10 times this year alone. We must work together with nations that share our values to ensure that freedom and peace in the Indo-Pacific are permanent. To this end, I think we need to focus on three things. First, we need to continue to strengthen the US-ROK alliance. The US-ROK alliance has been a key pillar of peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula for the past 70 years. It is based on universal values such as freedom, human rights, and the rule of law. It is also a global, comprehensive strategic alliance encompassing not only security, but also the economy, high-tech cyberspace, and supply chain. It will continue to contribute to freedom, peace, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. The ROK and the US have effectively countered the North Korean nuclear and missile threats with the power of the strong alliance. And this deterrence is getting stronger and stronger. We will continue to evolve as we face the changing security environment, not only on the Korean Peninsula, but also in the Indo-Pacific region, while remaining true to our role in promoting peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula and in the Indo-Pacific region. The second is to continue to expand comprehensive security cooperation with countries in the region to ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific. Coordination among countries in the region is critical to protecting maritime shipping lanes, combating piracy, ensuring safety of navigation and freedom of navigation and overflight in the Indo-Pacific. To this end, the ROK Navy is expanding real-time maritime surveillance and information sharing cooperation with various countries in the region and expanding bilateral and multilateral joint exercises such as REIMPAC and Pacific Dragon to enhance interoperability and strengthen its ability to conduct joint operations. In addition, we will continue our efforts to secure and maintain free and safe maritime transportation routes with a stronger logistic support to ASEAN countries, including naval vessels and cooperation in maritime terrorism response and law enforcement. The third is to develop South Korea's maritime power. If RK is to play its role as in the Indo-Pacific region as a global pivotal state, it must have the sea power or the naval power to match. President Theodore Roosevelt once said, "A good navy does not provoke a war, but is the surest guarantee of peace." A strong naval power will help us to effectively respond to diverse security threats and bring the peace and the stability in the region. The naval power cannot be gained overnight. Today, to have one vessel afloat today, 20 years ago, there were people before us who designed the vessel and built the vessel. For Korea's contribution to the Indo-Pacific in 20 or 10 years later, today there should be someone who have to prepare and have a dream for the future. Oceans account for about 71% of the Earth. It is a preserver of the natural resources, and it's a really strategic means to expand the national power, and it will be remaining so in the future. With the countries sharing universal values based on solidarity, we will make the oceans as a free and open venue to pursue common interest and prosperity and to protect them together. Oceans are, for those who want to protect freedom, will be a venue to maintain peace, and it will be the biggest ally or friend for us. And today, at the 16th International Seapower Symposium, we are here, the freedom-loving people. I hope that we can be a stronger allies and get closer so that we can expand the cooperation and maritime security in the Indo-Pacific region. Thank you so much.
네, 대단히
Thank you so much. Deputy Commander An Byung-seok of the Combined Forces Command for the great keynote speech. And we could hear the key words for today's symposium. And thank you for a great keynote speech. And I was so inspired by it. And I hope that we can share the common values of our countries, and we can have a really in-depth discussion on these important values. And the 16th International Seapower Symposium, we are now having this opening ceremony, and we will be about to have the sessions. And before that, we have to arrange the stage. And when you look at the program book, you may have to take a look at the program today. In the morning, we will have the session 1. And then after lunch, we will have the session 2 from 2:20 p.m. And there will be moderators for each session, and we will have presentations and discussions. And then we will talk about this Indo-Pacific Comprehensive Cooperation and Maritime Security, and the experts and scholars from home and abroad will have a lot of great discussion. So I hope you will stay with us till the end of the program. So peace, prosperity, and freedom, for these values, we have to work together with like-minded countries. And that was what we also could affirm from remarks and also from keynote speech. And to this end, the RK-US alliance needs to be continued and strengthened, and we have to cooperate. And I couldn't really agree more. And the strong naval power is also a key part. And I'm also learning a lot from these great presentations and remarks. And you may take a look at the program book, and you will see more details about today's event. And the session 1 will be moderated by the President Park Win-hee of the Korean Association of International Studies under the theme of the ROK-US Alliance and Maritime Security Cooperation to implement the Indo-Pacific strategy. And in the afternoon, moderated by the Professor Kim Sung-soo of Hanyang University, we will talk about the Seapower development to become a global pivotal state. And we will have also presentations and discussion with the audience. So that will be what we will have today. So I really look forward to the event, and we have arranged the stage. So the panels and the moderator, please come up to the stage for the session 1. Professor Park Win-hee and also the panelists, 6 panelists for session 1, please come up to the stage. John Hamming, Senior Director of Pacific Forum, Gordon Flake, CEO of the Perth US Asia Center, and Sandeep Mishra, Professor of the Jawaharlal Nehru University, Mie Oba, Professor of the Kanagawa University, and Choi Yun-jung, Director of the Center for Indo-Pacific Studies at Sejong Institute, and Chung Han-bum, Professor of the Korea National Defense University. Please come up to the stage.
Stage. So one panelist. 잠시 화장실을 가셨다고 합니다.
Just wait a few moments. He's now having a bio break.
네, 자 이번 주제는요.
The theme for session 1 is about the ROK-US Alliance and the Maritime Security Cooperation to implement the Indo-Pacific strategy. And President Park Win-hee of Korean Association of International Studies will moderate the session. We are a bit faster than the scheduled, and it will be until 12:35. And I hope that we can have a very productive discussion.
저희 짧게 기다리겠습니다.
Okay, we will wait for just a couple of more minutes.
Yes, he's coming on stage. He's running onto the stage. 자, 달려오고 계십니다.
She's now running up to the stage.
자, 이제 모두
Okay, now all the panelists and the moderator are on the stage. So I think we are ready to go for session 1. First, let me introduce the moderator, and then the moderator will introduce the panelist. Professor Park Win-hee is now a professor of the Ewha Women's University of the International Studies, and he is also the president of the Korean Association of the International Studies. Please welcome him with a big round of applause, and all the panelists as well. Good morning, everyone. I am Professor Park In-hee of the Hwa Women's University in the International Studies Department, and I'm also the president of the Korean Association of the International Studies. Some of you may already know well in Korea. I mean, there are like a number list, so many like the associations and the scholars councils, and our association, we have about 2,000 members. And given the unique situations of South Korea, we are doing a lot of important studies. That's what we do in the association. And ROK Navy is now organizing this great event, the 16th International Seapower Symposium, and it is a great honor for me and also honor for my association as well. At this international symposium, I may moderate in English, but in the audience, a dominant number of the audience is Korean, so mostly I will speak in Korean.
Talk in English only whenever I give individual questions, okay? And mostly I deliver my talks in Korean, okay?
So we have 6 speakers who are the panelists to talk about this Indo-Pacific strategy, and they are from the US, Australia, India, Japan, and also Korea, which are the key parts of our Indo-Pacific strategy. Well, some of you might have your background in the academia, and some of you may not. And the panelists, all of them who are on the stage, are very world-famous scholars and leaders in this field, representing their own countries as well. First, let me introduce their names first, and then we will start the discussion. First, from Honolulu-based center, John Hammings, Senior Director of the Pacific Forum, is here with us. And also, not just the Korean Peninsula, but Japan and East Asia experts and scholars. He's from the Perth US Asia Center. He's the director. Gordon Flake is here with us. And also, India and the ROK is having really close relationship. And the Professor Sandeep Kumar Miswara from Jawaharlal Nehru University is here with us. Sandeep Mishra, professor. And also from Japan, we have Professor Mie Oba from Kanagawa University. And also in Korea, we do not have many experts on the India, and mostly they are experts in the economies, but the strategic issues, she is the best person to go. Choi-Yun Jung, Dr. Choi-Yun Jung from the Sejong Institute is here with us. And also this year, along with me, he is also working with me as a secretary for the association, and he's doing a lot of great and remarkable studies. Professor Chung Han-bom from Korea National Defense University is here with us. Well, I'm a scholar myself, so I'm not really representing or biased for any specific ideologies or administrations, but personally speaking, what I can tell you for sure with the audience is that, as you may know, in the Pacific region, the concept has come to become a strategic concept with a lot of context and a lot of historical context, and the US-led Indo-Pacific strategy has been developed. In December last year, the Korean government, as you may know, launched a Korean version of Indo-Pacific strategy. It officially announced its own strategy. And the ROK government whether it is about the concept of the Northeast Asia or any regional strategies. We had some of these initiatives, but for the Indo-Pacific strategy of ROK, and in terms of the universal meanings, it is really the first time that we announced this in the Pacific strategy at a government level. In terms of the Korean version, and as we are having a very tense conflict between the US and China, and the US government is now trying to cooperate with many Asian countries to pursue its Indo-Pacific strategy. And I think it's the best time to upgrade our Navy, Seapower, and the next few years will be really critical time for us. And personally speaking, I mean, I'm on a neutral side as a scholar, and for the next few years, under the umbrella of this Indo-Pacific strategy, I believe that this naval power will go really strengthened.
드렸습니다.
So you are given with the two questions in advance. One was that what does the Indo-Pacific strategy imply to your country, and what plans does each national administration have for the strategy? And also the other one was that what preparations are being done in your country for the Indo-Pacific strategy? And I would like to invite you for 5 minutes first in turn.
Your own country, and then what are the plans and strategies of your countries regarding Indo-Pacific strategy currently driven by the United States? Each speaker is supposed to have 5 minutes for the first question, and then we'll have second round, another 5 minutes for the second question, okay? Please, we will go John Hemmings first. You have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. I'll try to keep very close to time. So in terms of the United States position on the Indo-Pacific strategy, I highlighted in the written answer, which you can find in your booklet, 3 characteristics to the Indo-Pacific framework. The first of these is that it is a reactive strategy for the United States. The United States already had architecture in the region. It sort of had an approach towards the region. Something changed. The change was Chinese approach towards infrastructure, its approach towards the region, its sort of broader strategy of using patronage and infrastructure development and trade ties to bring more countries into China's orbit. And very gradually, over time, the United States began to respond to that, initially with some concern, but over time, as things like the South China Sea and the East China Sea began to happen and China did not respond to US concerns, you began to see that rising threat perception inside Washington, inside the Beltway. So from that, I think it really is important to realize that this is something that's responsive. So if that's the case, what does that mean? Well, it means that the United States response was decided to some extent by China, and that leads me into the second trait. China's approach was actually quite interesting. It was not a purely maritime approach. It did not merely go after sea lanes in the South China Sea, the first island chain, and across the Indian Ocean. It actually had a very complex whole-of-government approach, which of course we know was subsumed into the Maritime Silk Road and subsumed in the Digital Silk Road and the Belt and Road Initiative. So China's approach was across government. It was across the private and public sector. It included state-owned enterprises. It included ports, airports. It included smart city programs. It was magnificent. And so the United States response could not merely be from Indo-Pacific or from Pacific Fleet. It also had to try to respond across all those measures of government and public sector that China was using. But the difference was the United States cannot tell US companies, we want you to go build a port in the Indian Ocean. And so, the United States response had to sort of try to struggle with some of the limitations that happen on a capitalist country. That meant trying to build new public-private partnerships. That meant trying to create new financing structures for infrastructure. Remember, China was able to send companies to do projects that were not financially viable for private sector, which is a huge advantage for them and a disadvantage for ourselves. So over time, you can see that the second trait is that sort of whole of government approach, the whole of society. And I think to some extent this leads into some of the secondary response aside from the Indo-Pacific strategy, which is the integrated deterrence side. So integrated deterrence is a subsection of our current strategic approach. It was first mentioned in the Indo-Pacific strategy under Biden. It was also mentioned in the national security strategy and also mentioned and laid out more fully in the national defense strategy. So this concept, what is it? Well, obviously, you know, it has three traits that are important for our wider understanding of the U.S. approach towards the Indo-Pacific. The first is whole of defense. The Defense Department will work across the various components, the different commands, the different services to try to achieve jointness in effect. The second is across the U.S. government, so the interagency component. If we have a Chinese sort of position on the Indo-Pacific in which they're using their entire government, we must try to respond across the influence operations, across the media, across the societal. So all of that pushes us quite hard into that second tier of integrated deterrence. And then the third one is across allies and partners. Integrated deterrence and the Indo-Pacific strategy both emphasize not only our traditional regional allies like South Korea, like Japan, like Australia, but also emphasize external powers like the UK and France, which of course you know are paying ever more naval attention to this region. And finally, the third component to the Indo-Pacific strategy that is relevant for our understanding today, and this is my final point as my 5 minutes have just finished, it's not actually a US concept. I think this is a fascinating part of it, that actually the United States responded to a concept that was introduced in the mid-2000s by Indo-Japanese scholars and policymakers, by the sort of growing quasi-alliance between Tokyo and Delhi, the sort of concern they had with the rise of Beijing. And that was fleshed out, as you'll hear, I hope, from my colleagues to this side of me, that was fleshed out by the Australians in the 2013 white paper. So I think to summarize, the three characteristics are, one, the United States was sort of responding to something in the environment. Two, because that thing in the environment was multifaceted and multi-government, we had to respond likewise. And three, that our response actually was shaped by people already in the region and a concept they had put forward. And with that, I'll finish. Thank you.
Thank you, John Hemmings. Yes, Director, please go.
Well, thank you. It is a great honor to be here in Busan. And let me begin by extending my congratulations to the Navy for convening this conference. I'm really happy to be part of it. I'd also like to extend my congratulations to the government of Korea for the promulgation of its Indo-Pacific strategy, which came out last December. I would take something quite risky and correct the chair. The chair said it was a Korean version of an Indo-Pacific strategy. And that's actually not quite correct. What we heard from the Blue House and from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Korea last December was Korea's strategy for the Indo-Pacific. It's not a Korean version of a strategy, because every country in the region now has their own strategies for the Indo-Pacific. The Japan and the US have a strategy called the Free and Open Indo-Pacific Strategy. ASEAN has one, it's free, open, and ASEAN centrality based. Australia says free, open, and rules-based, but you should distinguish between the strategies and the region in terms of that point. Let me start by noting that success has many fathers. We have here our Indian paper author, very early on used the term Indo-Pacific in his research and writings. Prime Minister Abe in Japan claimed some credit. The first government official to use the term Indo-Pacific in a document was the 2013 Defense White Paper in Australia. It was used again in the 2016 Defense White Paper. By 2017, with the Foreign Policy White Paper, it was the organizing construct. And it has continued through the 2020 Defense Strategic Update and through this year's Defense Strategic Review. Why is that so for Australia? Why does Australia consider itself a leader? Well, we have long been considered to be part of Oceania. We have a Pacific coast, but I live in Western Australia. I live in Perth. I live in Australia's Indian Ocean capital. Australia is by geography and by history and by design an Indo-Pacific country. We cannot have a Pacific-only approach to the world. I would also note that I'm really happy to have my old friend Sandeep Misra sitting next to me, because at its very core, the Indo-Pacific is one thing. How do you incorporate India into the Asia-Pacific? There are many other elements about Indo-Pacific, but at its core, it's about incorporating India into the Asia-Pacific. 35 years ago, when I began my professional career, nobody used the term Asia-Pacific. We talked about East Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and again, as I said, Australia was hanging out in this mystical land of Oceania next to Atlantis and Fiji, right? But beginning in the late 1980s, Korea and Japan decided they wanted to integrate south. Australia decided they wanted to integrate north. And for 30 years, ATE, the Asia-Pacific, has been our preferred term. But there's a problem with the Asia-Pacific. It did not include India. India was not a member of APEC or many of the other organizations. But today, the East Asia Summit, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework Agreements, India is a core part. And we all recognize whether it's security, whether it's energy flows, whether it's maritime issues, India is increasingly an important partner in the region. And thus, Indo-Pacific is the region. Now, every country has their own strategies. You should view the Quad as a strategy for the Indo-Pacific. You should view AUKUS as a strategy for the Indo-Pacific. In fact, I will end up here by making just 3 short points. First and foremost, whether you're Canada or Europe or the United Kingdom or Australia or Japan or India or the Philippines, we all for the last decade have faced 2 major trends. Number 1, growing concern about the direction of China, not the growth of China. We all want China to grow. Our economies depend on China's growth. But we're concerned about the decisions and the trajectory and the way China is using its power. And that's true everywhere around the world. Every country is concerned about that. The second thing is also true. Allies of the United States, treaty allies like South Korea and Australia, and partners like India are concerned about American politics and concerned about U.S. longevity. So our response to these 2 big trends has been several-fold. We have, number 1, sought to strengthen our own capabilities. You see that in India, you see that in Japan, you see that in Korea, you see that in Australia. We are enhancing our own capabilities. Number 2, you see that we are looking for partners. The Indo-Pacific is an additive construct. It means the more activities, the better. The more we welcome the United Kingdom and their Indo-Pacific tilt, the more we welcome German cruisers in the region, and the French asserting their Indo-Pacific membership, given that they have the 2nd largest EEZ in the Indo-Pacific. The more Korea and Japan and Australia play a proactive role in the region, the better it is for us, because we want more partners because of those two major trends that I was talking about. And then finally, every one of us is seeking, given the broader topic of the ROK-US alliance, to ensure that the U.S. remains actively engaged in this region. So in order to reassure Japan, Japan is a member of the Quad. In order to reassure South Korea, Korea just had a Washington Declaration, a very successful summit. To reassure India, India is in the Quad. To reassure Australia, we have the Quad, we've got AUKUS. To reassure the Philippines, new bases. It's all the same thing. So my big message today is Korea's look at the Indo-Pacific is very similar to that you're going to find in Europe, in the United Kingdom, in Canada, which recently put out an Indo-Pacific strategy, in Japan, in the Philippines, in Australia. And so our discussion today, and my congratulations to this panel, should be broad, because the Indo-Pacific is by definition broad and more inclusive. Thank you.
correction. 들으셨겠지만
As you have already heard him, what the government released was that rather than the expression of a Korean version, we need to correct it as a Korean plan, not Korean version of it. That was being touched upon by the professor just now. And rather than call it Korean version of the Indo-Pacific strategy, we need to call it Korean Indo-Pacific strategy, which includes proactivity of the Korean government, if we put that way. And thanks for making corrections on that. And also, he went on to say the concept of Indo-Pacific strategy has been changing over the time in each different country, and that's what he shared with us. And next, I would like to invite Professor Sandeep Mishra from India.
I am also very thankful to organizer to inviting me to this discussion. I think I'm really privileged to be invited by Korean Navy, because when I hear the Korean Navy, Admiral Lee Sun-sin names comes in front of me, who is considered to be one of the best naval commander in the history of the global naval history, I think, at par with Admiral Nelson and others, military historians, they say. So Korean Navy has a great history, and I'm really privileged to be here with you all and share my thought on Indo-Pacific idea. As I think Chair also, Professor Park also mentioned, there is no one Indo-Pacific strategy. There are multiple Indo-Pacific strategies by different countries. So this is not a singular strategy that must be clarified to everyone. I think India also, as you know, that we have been pursuing this policy, even though first time India came out with this use of word Indo-Pacific strategy officially, 2018, when our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, he made a speech at Shangri-La Dialogue. And I think this is one of the most important policies of India. Our foreign policy basically evolved around this policy. And why we gradually started to have this policy, as I think Mr. Goldenflake mentions, that the rise of China, and rather the assertive rise of China, which is going to be revisionist, which has already altered the economic order of the region. If you look at BRI, if you look at AIIB, the way they have restructured the economic, for almost all the Indo-Pacific strategy, all the Indo-Pacific countries, China is trading partner number one. So I think China has already reconstituted in economic order, and they have been trying to reorder international security order also, which is really problematic. And that's why India is concerned, and India is part of Indo-Pacific strategy and this Quad and all other things. But at the same time, I would also like to say that India has been a late beginner. I told you that there were ideas from Japan, there were some kind of persuasion from Australia and United States, but India took its time, gradually, but we joined the Quad, we became part of this Indo-Pacific strategy narrative, and we have been sincerely pursuing this, it's like people who say that China, it's anti-China, or that kind of idea is there. But when I look at Indo-Pacific strategy formulated by Indians, like our Indian Prime Minister, when he was making speech at Shangri-La Dialogue, he mentioned about inclusive. So free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. So he emphasized on inclusive, at least 3-4 times he used the word inclusive. And it means that any country who is ready to play by rule, that country is part of this idea. So I think we have a very cautious, very nuanced approach about Indo-Pacific strategy. And last but not the least, we have actually two policies. First policy is called Act East policy. Act East policy is meant for Asia Pacific, which was formulated in 2014. And our Indo-Pacific strategy through Quad. So India, at this point of time, we are walking through these both legs. But especially after Galwan crisis, we had a long border with China. We had a problem in 2020 summer. And also the way China-Pakistan economic corridor, the Pakistan-China connection, these are some troubling points, and that's why our current dispensation, our current government has been emphasizing quite a lot on Quad. And I think we have been trying to be nuanced, careful, but at the same time, very committed member of Indo-Pacific community and trying to fulfill the collective goals of institution, rule-based order, and a free, open, inclusive Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much. And now, Professor Obamiye will make a comments, but I mean, as others mentioned, previously, Prime Minister Abe of Japan also came up with the idea of the Indo-Pacific. So we want to hear about Japan's understanding of the strategy and how they are preparing, please.
Thank you so much. So I'm so honored to be here, and I appreciate appreciate the Korean Navy as well as the Korean government, and thank you so much. So I'm so happy to have an opportunity to talk about the Japan's view on the Indo-Pacific here, but I'm not a government official, so I'm not a representative of the Japanese government. But anyway, so yes, so Indo-Pacific concept. So Indo-Pacific concept rapidly developed. So in the 2010s. So any regional concept has been constructed. So from my point of view, so for example, so Asia Pacific had been constructed during some decades, and the Southeast Asia concept has been constructed during the decade. We cannot find any border so on the ground on the earth. So our policies, our way of thinking, so makes the kind of the region. So from this point of view, the speed of the constructing process of the Indo-Pacific is very rapid. So, and then, so of course, as you said, so Abe's speech so about the Indo-Pacific, or the free and open Indo-Pacific in the 2016s, so had a very big impact to construct the Indo-Pacific concept. So, but from my point of view, so there are the main two approach to the Indo-Pacific. The first one is a very exclusive approach. So it aims to check or deter the expansion or the rising of China's political leverage and to maintain the existing rule-based liberal international order. So, order in response to the rapid rise of the China and the relative decline of the U.S. hegemony in the region. The exclusive Indo-Pacific is consistent with the simple dichotomies, so views of the world as a liberal and authoritarian regime. So the Indo-Pacific, the free and open Indo-Pacific strategy proposed by the U.S. is seems to be a typical example of the exclusive approach from my point of view. The other, so, is inclusive approach. regarding the structural changes in the Asian regional order fostered by the changing balance of the power between the US and China. So India's expanding presence and the growing voices of the various countries such as South Korea and ASEAN countries, it aimed to emphasize collaboration among all stakeholders instead to create the stable and so peaceful order in which each country can enjoy its security and prosperity amid so structural changes. So for example, so the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. It's an ASEAN version of the Indo-Pacific, AYP, released by the ASEAN in the June 2019, is a typical example on the very inclusive version of the Indo-Pacific. And India also. As he said, so India, Modi, Prime Minister Modi in the 2018 in the Shanghai Dialogue said that free and open and inclusive so in the Pacific. And so from my point of view, the Korean versions, so in the Pacific, is also a very inclusive version, inclusive one. It mentioned clearly the China, so in the document. So Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific has so very fluctuated between the two approaches, exclusive one and inclusive one. So from the beginning, at the beginning, so Japan's Indo-Pacific strategy clearly seemed to aim at checking China. So, for example, so in the 2007, so long before Abe's speech in the 2016, so Abe already had proposed so broader Asia, so in India. In the 2007 at the time. So the broader Asia concept so seemed to be clearly so the aim at deterring China or the considering the rise of China and how to deter, how to balance the rise of China. So after that, so the Prime Minister Abe proposed the free and open Indo-Pacific in the 2016. At that time, so Japan-China's relationship worsened. And then, so Japanese government at that time, so from my point of view, I'm a scholar, so from my point of view, so aim at balancing China. So, but after that, Japanese government improved the relationship with China. And then, so Japanese government so began to emphasize inclusive Indo-Pacific. So Japanese government so began to imply the possibility of the cooperation between the FOIP, Japanese FOIP, and so China's BRI. After that, since about 2017, but so now Kishida administration proposed the new version of the FOIP. So he tried to emphasize inclusive aspect. But on the other hand, after the occurrence of the Ukraine-Russia war and the not so good relationship between the China-Japan relationship now, so Japanese government so seem to be tilting towards a coalition with the G7. So, and to balance China. So it's a little bit huge gap. So this is my observation on the Japan's FOIP characteristics. And the second one is democracy. So I read your country's free and open Indo-Pacific and the new Indo-Pacific by the Prime Minister Kishida. So it's very interesting is that your Korean version in the Pacific emphasizes democracy. It's very impressive. But on the other hand, Japanese version in the Pacific avoid to use democracy. So this is the Japan's deliberation. So because Japanese government so think about the reaction from the ASEAN countries. And then they do not want to make clear or push the value on the norm version, norm problem. But I think the democracy is very important. For us, and so at the end, I'm sorry. So we have to think about how to posit China in our Indo-Pacific. So China is, of course, China's direction and some of China's behaviors. So in the sea, so especially the South China Sea, so is our concern. But on the other hand, China is a neighbor, a very big neighbor. And China is a very big economic partner for us. So how to deal with China in the Indo-Pacific is a very important topic for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As you heard from her, when we come to say Indo-Pacific strategy, yes, it is including both inclusivity and also exclusivity. So it needs to be very subtle and it needs to be put into context. And just Professor Obami has explained to us about openness and also inclusiveness of the Indo-Pacific strategy, and also touched upon limitations with the exclusivity of the Indo-Pacific strategy, and also added on to explain about the direction of the China's emergence. And next, I would like to invite two Korean experts, and I think we have some time to spare, so I think I can give you 5 minutes and plus. And scholars and also military personnel and also the members of the parliament. The ROK government has been very proactive to Indo-Pacific strategy, and it doesn't mean that we are trying to really stand against all other countries which are not participating in the strategy, right? So even including that point, I would like to invite first Dr. Che on the floor. Good morning. My name is Yoon Jung-che from Sejong Institute. As a researcher, I have conducted research on Indo-Pacific strategy. As it speaks for itself, it is based on maritime strategy, and also I would like to thank you for inviting me to this meaningful symposium. So I would like to focus my explanation on Indo-Pacific strategy mainly. So there were two motivations for the Korean government to announce the strategy. The first motivation was that surrounding this Indo-Pacific region, there are countries which are wielding influences, and there were so many interests which are conflicting with each other and also combined with each other, as is touched upon by the Senior Director, John. Yes, there's action and reaction, and we were in the middle of dynamism, and we came to witness that there's a new order being restructured. So rather than as a follower by the order, we decided to become a respondent, proactive respondent to this changing order. That's why. And yes, Korea is a small size but open trading country. And as the chairman of the Defense Committee said, yes, the maritime and the sea is directly related to everyday life of Korean citizens. That's why we have to really have a free and also open environment around us, which is directly related to survival of our nation. That's why in the Pacific region needs to be safe, and also we have to really set stable order in the region based on rules and also norms. In order to form the region this way, it means that we have to cooperate with more countries. More cooperation, the better. Therefore, the strategy is kind of a principle for the ROK government. It is like a compass for us to really rely on. And the second motivation is based on the characteristics of the Indo-Pacific region. As experts before me have touched upon, I said that there are sea lanes, and also the maritime is very important because it has a fish population, it has many other natural resources, so it becomes the venue for countries to compete with each other. So there's an importance, but at the same time, risks. So in this region, in order to really contribute to the stable development of the region, we have to have practical objectives in order to make sure to support the rule-based norms and order. We need to do our part, and also we have to make efforts to prevent climate change and also protect fish populations. So unlike what's been in the past, with so many countries, we need to really be respondent to this Indo-Pacific strategy. That's the stance of the Korean government, to cooperate with more countries. And yes, inclusiveness is the focus of Indo-Pacific region. And yes, really, that has brought so many countries with benefits, and also Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy as well. The inclusiveness is one of the three principles for the Indo-Pacific strategy: inclusiveness, and also trust, and also reciprocal aspect of the Indo-Pacific strategy. Because specific, it is not to exclude a specific country by participating in this strategy. As long as the country is based on rules and norms, we are more than willing to cooperate as many countries as possible. Based on the principle of inclusiveness, we can develop friendly relations with China, and also I believe that it laid the foundation for us to do that. And lastly, if that is the case, we are going to contribute ourselves. Then how is the question? Why Korea wants to contribute itself to this region? Because we are living in this changing order, because we feel a sense of responsibility to also do our part as one of the 10th largest economy, and also as one of the 10th the country in terms of the national defense power. And I will further elaborate more on that when I get to answer the second question. And this is the strategy that the Korean government is taking for the Indo-Pacific strategy. Yes, we can call it North America, ASEAN, Oceania, and also Japan. There are so many important countries, and cooperating with the countries is one of the goals. And also there are 9 lines of effort. For example, responding to the climate change, and also for that, we are talking about with the relevant ministries on how to further develop those action plans, and then how we are going to really further collaborate with the countries in the future. As so many dialogues which come underway, I believe that we can develop Indo-Pacific strategy to really yield a tangible result. Thank you so much.
Hello, good morning. I am Professor Chung Han-bum of the Korea National Defense University, and hosted by the RK Navy. The International Seapower Symposium is now being held under the theme of the Indo-Pacific Comprehensive Cooperation and the Maritime Security. Well, the name Indo-Pacific, it's about Pacific, and the Navy taking the initiative, holding this symposium, it means a lot. Well, many great panelists made great comments about the Indo-Pacific as a concept. Well, still, this concept of the Indo-Pacific is not firmly established concept yet. And it's now work in progress. It's evolving. So I think the point here is that, as many others mentioned, well, it's about China. I think it all boils down to China. Well, when you talk about the Indo-Pacific, the US, Japan have their strategies, and also the key partners include Australia, India, and Korea as well. But the country, the hidden, who is not talked about here on the surface is China. Well, for the Indo-Pacific, in this concept, we have to think about what is hidden behind the name. The US, Japan, Australia, or any countries do not explicitly say that they want to exclude China. But when it comes to, well, we don't use the Asia Pacific anymore, and we are now having this Indo-Pacific, and that is why we are having this new concept. Well, when it comes to the Asia Pacific, when you think about it, it was a very familiar concept, but Asia and Pacific are two different regions, and we integrated them because as a part of the global strategy of the US, I mean, from America, they want to engage in Asia, and they wanted to have this rationale, so they came up with this Asia Pacific. And Indo-Pacific, the term is because the US wants to go to Asia and also get to India as well. And why did US need India at this point of time? Because of the US relative power. In the past, they could do what they want, but now with their own power, it is a bit hard for them to do as they want because of the emergence or the rise of China. So the US wanted to be engaged with India. In the past, Asia Pacific was enough for them to have the meaningful engagement, but having China in check is not enough in Pacific. As you may know, China has the Belt and Road Initiative, and it is about, because in the Pacific, they are blocked by the US, and they want to move westward, not the eastward. And the US needed to check or deter China in the westward side of the Asia. That was what I think what the US wants. And here we have many representatives from many different countries. So the key to Indo-Pacific is now in the hands of India. Personally, I think that way. So what is India thinking, or what is it having on its mind? Well, we have Professor Sandeep. I recommended him to be here. And well, I mean, I'm sorry to say this. I may be crossing the line, but I think India, for the past decades, their global strategy or diplomatic strategy was about having non-alliance. India had their own independent strategy for the world. Now, they had this non-alignment strategy. India has already surpassed in terms of population China, and economic power as well. In a few decades, it will surpass Japan, and maybe it will become the third largest economies in the world following the US and China. So that is for sure. So India may not pursue alliance dependent on the other countries. It is highly likely to have more independent like alliance. Now the US is having the Indo-Pacific strategy, and the alliance with India would be different from what we have with the US and Japan. It will have its own independent and unique strategy. And as Professor Sandeep mentioned, they have some like a border or territorial conflicts, and without the request from the US, India has the need to have China in check. And also, it also saw the need to cooperate with China. So I think India will have the balance in here in joining this Indo-Pacific strategy, but it will not be just unilaterally or blindly following the US strategy. It will be different. So for the US, it will be a bit hard harder than expected to deal with India in this regard. And from the perspective of ROK, well, I think, well, basically, I don't have that much worry. I mean, it's not because I have some tangible guarantee, but given the history of our country, there were so many ups and downs surrounding the country, but we also had the bravery to find an opportunity when we were surrounded by the powers, and we had this power to overcome and turn the crisis into opportunities. That's what we learned hard. And so I'm not worried, but in the short term, the Indo-Pacific region is important and it could be challenging for us. As I mentioned before, in the Pacific region, I mean, even though you kind of try to sugarcoat it, but the concept and the reason why we stopped using the Asia Pacific is because at the center of all this, we have China. Even though we talk about open membership, but China cannot be excluded. And in the past, the Asia Pacific was about this globalism and the neoliberalism. It was about the free, open, and integration. On the other hand, in the Pacific, of course, we have the cooperation, but also behind the context, there is something trying to have others in check. In this regard, Korea, which is really closest to China, and also at the center of this whole Cold War hegemony power struggle throughout the past, this could pose a challenge for us as a country.
I do appreciate all 6 speakers, very impressive and productive presentation. 한 번 라운드 더 돌고요.
Yes, so we're going to go around one more time, and we do have a general question. Open up the floor for about 25 minutes. So after having us go around first, and then I will open up the floor for general discussion for those of you who have a question so that you can participate in discussion.
For each speaker, suppose 5 minutes. The second question is about what is the specific relation between your countries and Korea under the framework of the Indo-Pacific strategy. Okay, please. Hemmings.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to try to be more direct, also speak more to the maritime side, because the initial comment was sort of general. First of all, I was too nervous in the first session to express my polite manners. You know, Admiral Lee and the ROK Navy have been such great hosts, so, you know, really grateful for this opportunity to be here. So I'm not speaking for US government, but of course, you know, Oahu in Hawaii, we have PAC Fleet and Indo-PACOM, and so I'm curious what's their thinking as well. And often I'm asked to present ideas to Admiral Paparo. And so I don't speak for them, but I'm also curious to hear, like, what are they thinking about? What would be useful for us? And also I'm attending other Seapower conferences like the one in London recently held by the First Sea Lord of the Royal Navy. And so hearing those discussions and conversations, I'll try to reflect those comments in some, you know, very specific feedback for your side. So I think the demand signal that I hear from US side is something that Admiral Lee already expressed interest in, and something I think your political leaders have expressed interest in the Indo-Pacific strategy, which is more integration in these regional efforts, but has to be closely tied to South Korean interest, national interest. We are in Busan. It really hit me yesterday that the battle of the Busan perimeter was ultimately a naval victory, both because of the logistics supply and also because of the Incheon landings, which, you know, drove North Korea back. So even when you think about your North Korean neighbor and thinking about the threat on the peninsula, remember, the naval power is key. It has always been key to South Korea's safety and security, and its ultimately prosperity. So as you move out into the region, I would think about trying to bypass the primary obstacle with multilateralism, which is the relationship with Japan. I don't know, this is a political question, but I realize you have to think about it when you deal with multilateral exercises. So you have to find a way around that, a political way around that. You need to find political cover, and that's not something we're going to solve in one conference. The fact is, there are other players, there's other regions. You know, deploying out to the Pacific Islands, perhaps for long-distance patrols would be very interesting and useful, given the Australian, New Zealand, and US presence there, and even UK presence. I know several weeks ago in London, the First Sea Lord announced that the British aircraft carrier the strike group will be coming out in 2025. I see our good friends from the Royal Navy here. I mean, that strikes me as an ample opportunity. You have plenty of planning time to try to find a way to cooperate with that grouping when it arrives in some years hence. So there's more options. So although I recognize that there's this obstacle to multilateral cooperation in the face of your neighbor and those political tensions, there are other options on the table that you should continue to seek and refine. In the meantime, you should allow the political elites to try to find ways for cover for the military to... It's very hard to avoid cooperating with the Japanese Navy, given their role in the US Indo-Pacific strategy. But I would say that your future, your national interest tied to this regional sea lane really has to be higher than the discomfort with cooperating with the Japanese Navy. Ultimately, I think there is a larger argument here, and it's not all about China. Of course, it is about China, but ultimately it's about China's control over sea lanes. Your ability to get Middle East oil and energy from the Middle East, you do not want to have to ask permission from Beijing for those supplies. That is ultimately what I think most countries are realizing, and why so many Navy symposium are now looking at this issue. You're not the first Seapower conference to talk about Indo-Pacific. It is a rising issue, even for non-aligned India, because no one wants to have to ask Beijing for sea lane transit permission. And that is sort of the world that they seem to be pushing towards with their controls over their near seas. So I really encourage, I was also very heartened to see in London a senior level South Korean Navy presence. Really, really wonderful to see you at these international events. We look forward to seeing you at RIMPAC, of course, in August next year, not this year, but the next one in 2024. We also look forward to seeing more senior level Korean participation in, of course, the Australian Seapower Conference in November, the Rhode Island Conference. You know, keep coming, keep talking, and keep finding opportunities for cooperating with all these countries that are working together, and let's find a way forward. And with that, I'll turn over to the next speaker. Thank you.
I don't want to seem like I'm disagreeable, but a couple of quick corrections. I very much appreciated all of the panelists' remarks. I think the description of the Indo-Pacific as given by Professor Chung-Han Bum is not one that would be recognized in Australia or India or Canada or the US or Europe or all these other countries that have Indo-Pacific strategies. And so I think it really needs to be seen much more broadly than that. The other second slight correction is I very much agreed with Professor Choi Young-jun's comments. I thought she was spot on the things, except for one thing. The notion that the Indo-Pacific is only a maritime construct. Asia-Pacific wasn't just maritime. Indo-Pacific is putting India and the Indian Ocean in the Asia-Pacific. China is in the Indo-Pacific. It's not maritime. So while I love seeing so many white uniforms here, I was very heartened today to see An Byung-seok, the Yukgun Daejang here speaking. That is the most times I've ever heard a Korean army general use the term Indo-Pacific. And that's essential. For Korea to have a very whole of government, strategic approach to the region, it cannot just be the Navy. In Australia, it's the foreign ministry, it's the trade ministry, it's the entire defense force, right? And I think that's probably true in India and everywhere else too. So it is not only maritime. Today we're talking about that, I think, to be very clear. So my task for the second question is really to talk a little bit more about what Australia and Korea should be doing in the Indo-Pacific. And the short answer is more. Korea is a remarkably capable country. For the last 5 years, Korea pursued Shinnambang Jangchek, New Southern Policy, which stopped at Indonesia, didn't include Australia, didn't include India. And so I am very welcoming of an Indo-Pacific strategy that is more expansive, right? Why? Because Korea is the 10th, 11th, 12th largest economy in the world, a member of the G20. Korea's Navy is 3 times larger than Australia's Navy. Korea's population is twice as large as Australia. Everybody in the region wants more Korea, except for maybe China and maybe North Korea. Every other country in this region, every single country in the region, except for China and North Korea, applauds recent progress in Korea-Japan relations. Every other country in the region wants Korea to be more active in military exercises. We saw last week your president hosted a Pacific Island Summit, which included our Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles, right? Yeah. The South Pacific wants more Korea. I can tell you, as someone who lives in Australia's Indian Ocean capital, the Indian Ocean would like to see more Korea. Why? I'll leave you a fundamental notion. China would like to see the world as G2, US versus China. There are some in Washington and some in Europe who will say, you know, Europe should ignore Asia, ignore the Indo-Pacific, and leave it to the Americans, right? I believe, as an Australian perspective, in a rules-based order. And a rules-based order benefits from complexity. So we're very happy to have a very proactive UK presence in the Indo-Pacific. When the Germans send a frigate through here, that's welcome. The French, when they come through, are welcome. When Japan and now Canada are participating in freedom of navigation floats, that's welcome. Because the more complex the region is, the more complex the decisions are. So China cannot think just about one country. It has to think about a rules-based order. It has to think about all of us. I think that's not only more realistic, it is more stable. So ultimately, what Australia is looking to do is to have a much more proactive engagement with Korea as far as the Indian Ocean, the source of our trade with you. All of the iron ore that goes from Australia to South Korea comes through the Indian Ocean. You know, most of the LNG, you know, we are now Korea's #1 source of iron ore, #1 source of LNG. It goes through the Indian Ocean. And so a very proactive engagement together with all of our like-minded partners to strengthen the system, I think is one that benefits Korea and Australia.
Yeah, thank you. I think India also is pursuing our Indo-Pacific strategy. And as I mentioned about China, China has the main, you can say, there could be other sources of instability and other, you can say, disruption in rule of law. I think sea level of communication and other trade routes, all those things are important. But why we talk more about China? Actually, I still remember in 1970s early, Kissinger told once that we can't keep a country like China out of the community of the nations, and that must be brought in. I wrote an article in Korea, actually Korea Times, I write a monthly column, and I wrote a column saying, especially during COVID-19 period, still we don't know who was the person and what was the data about the first person who contacted COVID-19. So problem is that the way China is not non-transparent, the way China is trying to unilaterally change the, like say, in 2013 they decided to change, they decided ADIG, air defense identification zone of their own without any consultation. So these are the problems, these are the revisions which are problematic, and that's why we need to be concerned about that. India also, especially, we are concerned about, initially, for a very long period of time, we were limited to our Indian Ocean, and we used to say that this is, I think, the area where sufficiently we should have our presence. But then we realized that Indian Ocean and Pacific Oceans, they are not. The interests are actually that the connections are very, very close, and we need to be connected with other countries, including Japan, Australia, United States. And that's why we have been part of this Indo-Pacific strategy. The second point, as mentioned by other two speakers also, I think, it's a kind of, many people, they talk about Quad and they feel that these are the 4 countries which are going to deal with Chinese concern and overall trying to create an order. But basically, if you look at different strategies which are being promulgated by different actors, you will realize that Indo-Pacific strategy is also an effort to create a multipolar Indo-Pacific. It's not basically, it's quite contrary to bipolar, which China probably would like to have. And that's why I think Indo-Pacific has been very important strategy for India. But at the same time, I think India, as Republic of Korea, I think we have been quite common stance towards China, it seems to me. And we have, I think, especially the present President Yoon Suk-yeol government has been also very, I think, comprehensive about its Indo-Pacific strategy. And both India and Republic of Korea, we are basically trying to create more agenda items, include more constructive agenda items in Indo-Pacific strategy. If you look at the way climate change, I think supply chain, sustainable development, I think food security, ocean and river resources, connecting them, cultural connections, all those things have been actually, but I think we should also, so India, quite like South Korea, we have been trying to expand the agenda of Quad and expand the agenda of Indo-Pacific strategy. At the same time, we emphasize that the core of Indo-Pacific strategy, the core that free, open, inclusive Indo-Pacific, a rule-based Indo-Pacific, a Pacific Indo-Pacific which is basically, which have more institutions to communicate and coordinate our policy, that must be built. And I think I can't say more about India-South Korea similarity because, India and Pacific Island countries, 14 Pacific Island countries, our Prime Minister visited recently to Papua New Guinea, and he had meeting with, the third meeting we had. India had 2014, 2015, 2 meetings, and then some disruptions because of COVID and others. But I think now we have a third meeting. Within 2 weeks, South Korean president also had meeting with all those 14 countries, head of states. So it's a coincidence, but they indicate that we have quite common approach towards Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, their connections, and how to go forward together, trying to create a much more stable region. Because India and South Korea, they want a stable Indo-Pacific because their growth rate, actually India 5.96, and Korea also, I think, we need, at least for next 20 years, stable Indo-Pacific so that our growth can continue and growth of the whole region could continue. We want a multipolar, much more diverse Indo-Pacific strategy, and I think we have been working together for that. So I stop myself here. Thank you.
Yes, so I learned a lot about the Indo-Pacific concept, so from the many participants here. So thank you very much. And then, so it's my personal opinion, not representative of the Japanese government. So I would like to, I prefer the inclusive, so Indo-Pacific, including not only the Western countries, but also the China. So, so maybe, so we are facing many difficulties. The first one is the China's building military powers building itself is a reality, and some of the China's behaviors, so which is very assertive over the territorial issues. So East China Sea and the South China Sea are also reality, which we have to deal with. So if so, how to include the China in the same, so in the Pacific is a very, very difficult question for us. And in Japan, so there are two camps. So on this point, the first one is especially in the business circle, they prefer, of course, inclusive in the Pacific, because so exclusive China damage their own businesses. So now the Japanese businesses have a very huge and deepening supply chain. So not only in China, Japan, and Southeast Asia, and then so they want to secure and deepen such a supply chain, and the China is our biggest trade partner of Japan. But on the other hand, so the defense circle, so cannot have such an optimistic view about China. So it's natural, I understand, and it's understandable. But so in the long term, we have to think about the serious topic, how to include China, or how to persuade China to accept the Indo-Pacific, or how to persuade China so that China is also a member of the Indo-Pacific is very important for us. And the second one is Japan-Korea relationship. So this is one of the very big topic for the Indo-Pacific here. So as everybody knows here that so our relationship is unstable sometimes, but now so there is a sign of the improvement of the relationship between the LOK and Japan. So I'm so happy here in this timing. So it's a personal story. So my father was born in the Seoul. So because his father has a business in Korea in the imperial period, and then of course my father's family had to back to Japan after the defeat of Japan in the World War II. But anyway, so I heard many stories and memories on my father. So when I grew up in Japan, so I feel that LOK Japan's relationship should be stable and should be good. And then so now the current situation is so happy for me. But anyway, so we have to, Japan and South Korea are facing the many difficulties so in the security environment here. And then, so even though our countries, relationship is unstable sometimes, we have to need the cooperation. So to deal with such challenges, to secure the peace and the prosperity in the region. So of course in the Pacific. And then, so I think so we have to promote two approaches. The first one is to promote the dialogue. The dialogue should be comprised of the multi-layer. So the multi-layer ones. First one is a top level. So you know the Prime Minister Kishida visited Korea, and so your President Yoon came to Japan twice this year. So this is a very important important thing for us, and so we have to promote ministerial level. So for example, 2+2. So which is held in February this year. And so we, two countries have to talk about or open the hotline or something. So I think the Razor incident in the 2018 so was very serious, but but important thing is that how to coordinate such a contingency. So we have to set such a framework or the system to coordinate the contingency. So we have to keep the very stable relationship between us. Then the third level is the practical level. And the second approach is maritime cooperation or the operational level. So this is also very important. For example, the joint drill or exercises. So I read in the media coverage that the joint drill among the U.S., Japan, and the South Korea was conducted last March. And then this is a maritime cooperation, and the very important part of the maritime cooperation, and like that. So this is a very good timing. So for the free and open Indo-Pacific of both sides, so we Japan and South Korea should promote the very stable relationships by means of the promoting such approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 네 분 외국학자분들.
So for our scholars, I have asked them about what are the expectations for South Korea to implement a successful strategy, and this is the question for Che. What are the positive effects that ROK and also India cooperation provides, and also as this year marks the 70th anniversary of the ROK-US friendly relations, so what will be the cooperative measures? Again, I would like to give you it for 5 minutes. Thank you for giving me the floor. Yes, I think really to lead up to what you have said from the remarks from the previous remarks, yes, we've been talking about Indo-Pacific region, and the next thing to follow is a dialogue. Dialogue is very important, and by engaging in dialogue, we can understand each other and recognizing each other's perception and what are the potential needs from each other. And from the time when we were announcing Indo-Pacific strategy, I believe that there were so many dialogues which took place at the various levels, higher level, middle level, and also working level. So dialogue is at the very center of all this strategy. So cooperation under this strategy would require more cooperation, and also deeper understanding, and also tangible exchanges with each other. So as is mentioned, we'll be able to have more tangible result in our hand if we pursue this way. And there are many ways to promote this strategy. As Dr. Goldenflake has briefly mentioned, at the Pacific Forum, 29th and 30th of May, there were high level at the State Summit, and also there were so many leaders who attended the meeting. And also last year at NATO, we became an Asia-Pacific partner country. We used to take bilateral approach, but now we are changing our position to also pursue small and also mini-lateral cooperative relations, even to include that. So that's one of our characteristics in pursuing strategy. And as the relationship will go deeper and it will be solidified, because the relationships of related countries will be continuously laid up. In this process, I told you how the Korean government is going to do and achieve and also contributive diplomacy. One way to achieve is that, as our Professor Dasanlip said, in May, when Prime Minister paid a visit to Papua New Guinea, when he landed on land, there was James, our Prime Minister, and also shook his hand and also touched the feet of our Prime Minister. And it is a way to express respect to the seniors and also asking for a blessing. And what he said is that under the competition between the US and China, yes, we are struggling, and also we are going to follow the footsteps of the India, recognizing the leadership position of India in this region. So the country, India, is just stretching its hand toward the global north, and Korea graduated from the global south to become global north, and I think it could be interpreted differently. The Korea still has previous memories about the past, and also as a country free from historical baggage, I believe that Korea can serve as a bridge between these two parts in terms of economic development, maritime security as well. So coming to maritime security, as Goldflake Professor already has touched upon this, yes, I believe your correction is very much right. And I emphasize maritime security a lot because maritime policy is very important in India-Pacific strategy. And what's been promoted by is that in order to really foster preconditions of a free and also prosperity in the maritime security. And this is area where the international cooperation is more needed. This maritime security is, and also maritime cooperation is. So I believe that the maritime arena needs to be really emphasized in pursuing Indo-Pacific strategy. That's why I mentioned that way. And in pursuing this strategy, excluding China, criticizing China, or provoking China should not be the way that we should go ahead. Then what else? For maritime cooperation, yes, you mentioned about the Quad. There's a maritime domain awareness called MDA. There was a program released from the state meetings. So technologies that Korea has, and also human resources development capabilities that we have. There are many people-to-people exchanges that we are sharing with Pacific countries, and this is one of the areas that we can really look for our role to play here in this region in a very tangible, substantial way. And also we could serve ourselves as a mediator or contributor to bridge between two different players in this region. In this sense, as is touched by Professor Chang, I believe that the relationship with India is very important. The concept of inclusiveness started from India, and to be honest with you, yes, India is a member of Quad, and also GTAC, and also G20, and at the same time, also part of BRICS and SCO, and also Russia, Indo-China grouping, participating in so many other institutions. So it does not necessarily mean that India supports the principle and theory of China, but I think it's India's very special strategy to have its own room to wield its strategy. So if that is the same case for the Korea to do, India is a very important partner to Korea. This is from me. Thank you so much.
예.
Okay, so I'll try to make it quick. Well, as I mentioned earlier, in the Pacific, well, we are having this new time frame, but it's not really welcoming for South Korea, I would say. In the past, when we had this protectionism for trade, we were also opening up our market, and we were in a hard time at the time. But as I mentioned before, Korea is a country which turns crisis into an opportunity. And with this wave of this globalization and neoliberalism, we try to get stronger. And this new wave of change could be a happy moment, in the era of the Asia Pacific. But now we are having this pressure to transition to Indo-Pacific era. Of course, I believe that Korea will do a great job in making the transition. But this is not really the best thing for Korea. But we have to learn to live with it. And the U.S. and also Japan, the key allies, are also on the front line of the Indo-Pacific strategy, and we should not be excluded from it. And from the perspective of the ROK-US alliance, we have to live with it. I think there are two options we can take. First, with this US global strategy, Korea is trying to become the global pivotal state, and this can be a great opportunity for Korea to get to the global market. So our Navy can expand into the oceans, not in a negative connotations or in terms of the aggression or provocation, because we are peace-loving people and peace-loving country. Out of East Asia, we can play bigger roles with a stronger Navy power, and we can have the opportunity in this new era. For example, the ROK Navy, as it wishes to have maybe nuclear submarine or some like the other strong vessels. With the alliance with the US, we may further expand our naval sea power. And on the other hand, this could be also a challenge to some degree. In the past, with the issue of the THAAD, we had some issues with China. And this could be also a challenge or a cause of conflict, whether or regardless of whether we want it or not. This will be about the whole dynamics with the other countries. So we have to be cautious. But to summarize, I think the Indo-Pacific concept is still in the early stage. For us, this could be a challenge for South Korea, but depending on how we turn it into opportunity, this can be a positive thing for us. Thank you.
Thank you. We quite enjoyed all the 6 speakers. Very interesting discussion. Now we are open to the audience about for 20 minutes. 한 20분 정도 시간 남았는데요.
We have 20 minutes to open up the floor for general discussion. You can either designate your question or direct your questions to whom, or if you raise a general question, then yes, you can do so.
우리 마이크 준비되어 있나요?
So is a microphone ready for participants? May I raise a question while being seated? Yes. From 1997 to 1999, I served myself as the chief of the naval operations as the 21st. Back then, there was an exchange of the vessels between Korea and Russia, and also people-to-people exchange between the Korea and Russia. So I also visited Russia as the chief of the naval operations of the ROK Navy, and also we have an exchange of the vessels with China and also Japan. And after that, yes, international order, international environment has been changed a lot. And we even came to hold this symposium under the topic of Indo-Pacific strategy. So I would like to congratulate all of you and also to feel honor to attend the 16th symposium. When I was serving myself as the chief of the naval operations in order to protect the sea lanes, I directed the research to research about the sea lanes to the Korea Institute for Maritime Strategy. That was the very beginning of the symposium, I believe. So back then, it was a very peaceful time, I remember. And 99.7% of the transportation took place through sea lanes. I think that was the start of all the research behind. So the topic that we are talking about today is everything will lead to Beijing, which is the policy pursued by China, is something that we would like to talk about as a way to do the check and balance against China, to talk about Indo-Pacific Comprehensive Cooperation Maritime Security. I think that's how the strategy has been evolved into Indo-Pacific strategy. And 5 countries, so-called Quad countries, have presented your ideas. I believe that Australia's strategy is very expandable and also inclusive ones. And Japan, sometimes yours is exclusive, but other times inclusive. India, your strategy, as you share the 4,000 kilometers border with China, I believe that India's strategy, and yes, you chose to make your strategy more flexible. And under the Yoon Suk-yeol administration, in every aspect, we place our focus on universal values. And as an aspect of contributive diplomacy, we came to develop our Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy. So policy and strategies pursued by 5 countries, yes, they are all different from country to country according to local circumstances and also national interests and also national and domestic policies. By attending the symposium today, I believe that all of us can share the common ground, and by doing so, I believe that Indo-Pacific the strategy can become more integrated and can become more comprehensive and also inclusive. This is a comment from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for great remarks. Anyone with any questions? Maybe a couple of questions we may take. Okay, over there we see some members raising their hands. Please ask your questions.
So this is Hu Chu-ping from National University of Malaysia. So my question is to the Korean panelists about how ROK Navy can work beyond the Korean territorial waters, projecting the global pivotal state role as outlined by your government. Secondly is how ROK Navy can also use naval exercises in other oceans, such as Indian Ocean region in South China Sea, to also further incorporate the US ROK Maritime Security Cooperation in the Indo-Pacific area. And to John Hemmings and also Gordon Fleck, I also wonder how do you perceive how comprehensive those maritime security cooperation can be, involving, say, the Taiwan Strait scenario, crisis simulation, and also other non-traditional security areas such as HADR, and also working together with ASEAN. Thank you.
Everyone has a question, right? You received a question. 조금 어려운.
I think these are kind of tricky questions. Dr. Choi, do you want to take? I will take the first question about the role of the Navy, ROK Navy. Do you want to answer the question? Or Professor Jung, you want to take it? About the ROK Navy, what kind of specific roles our ROK Navy can play? Just answer as much as you can. Is there any official from the ROK Navy who want to answer to the question? Then I will give you like a couple of minutes to answer the question. Well, I'm in this Navy event and I'm feeling a bit pressure to represent or to answer the question on behalf of the Navy. Well, I think, as I mentioned earlier, in the era of the Asia Pacific, the national borders were breaking down, and we were trying to build a universal world order. So we didn't really think much about the conflicts between the countries. We wanted as many as countries could be integrated into this new order of neoliberalism, and the non-state actors like the terrorist or piracy, the terrorist could be our enemy, so it was a bit easier, I would say. And the Arcane Navy, their aim is in this regard. They can play bigger roles. Well, in the oceans, the violators of the rules, we may have some law enforcement to keep the world order. But the thing is that, well, we are now talking about this in the Pacific era. It's an open thing. We look for more cooperation, but also on the other hand, there is a rules-based order, and the destroyer or those who break this rules-based order are what we are trying to have in check, and we have to deal with those who are trying to destroy this rules-based order. So in the Pacific has some structural elements like the power struggles between the superpowers in the world, but also the other element is about the universal values. And the RK Navy is pursuing the universal values. That's what they are on the side. So thank you so much.
추가하시겠어요, 최 박사님? 네.
So, do you want to add? Yes. As I mentioned earlier, the role of Navy in maritime security is mainly focused on strategic aspect. So I think more specific activities needs to be mentioned by the Navy. And why I mentioned about maritime domain awareness is that as a part of the reaction to China, the panelists here, and the EU, and also Czechia and the EU, and yes, they have presented about their Indo-Pacific strategies, mainly to secure safety of sea lanes and also security of the ocean. That's why. And in the case of the NATO, they said that they're going to pursue the strategy, and also they came up with a new strategy for that. And they went on to say that once we want to, we are not going to really project a military the realm toward the Indo-Pacific arena. There could be limitations of the actors, and there could be potential threats that could be posed by the countries in the region. And in this sense, Korea is wise not to take military actions toward the region. That's why maritime domain awareness is a safe ground for all of us. And a different story is that in the case of Malaysia, I think this is something that we need to distinguish ourselves from. There should be the role that needs to be played by the Navy and also the maritime police to do also their part. And they need to do their part to really stand against the piracy, and also we need to really distinguish also whether the acting against the piracy is the job of the Navy or the maritime police. So how the Navy is going to engage in international cooperation and how they're going to divide their role from that of the maritime police, it needs to be really addressed later on.
Taiwan issue, Hemmings and Frick. 후회 보고 싶었다 좀 해볼게.
Yeah, I think it's a sort of tough question. The question, if I understood it, was how comprehensive U.S. ROC maritime cooperation can be. So, you know, there's three baskets, broadly speaking, in which you could approach U.S. Navy ROC engagement with other countries. Obviously, you know, maritime domain awareness, HADR, search and rescue, the sort of things that you've already been doing very comfortably. then you can look at the logistics, refueling at sea, resupply, the sort of things that actually the U.S. Navy would really appreciate in a hot war with an ally. And then, of course, the high-end warfighting side. Those are the three baskets. Obviously, the United States, and again, I speak only as an academic or a scholar, doesn't want a war with China over Taiwan at all. But obviously, that's not the world we live in. We're looking at a world in which Xi Jinping seems desired to unify China and make a rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, and that involves not just expansion, into its periphery and control over its periphery, but a sort of new order. And the question is, if China has a new order and the U.S. is removed from the Indo-Pacific region, removed from Japan, removed from Korea, what kind of relationship do you have with China? What kind of relationship does China have with North Korea? How is your border, North Korea's border with China going to be resolved if China is the primary power? So even though these are long, faraway issues, the fact is that, a world in which China has primacy in the Indo-Pacific is probably going to be one in which South Korea's relationship with China and North Korea are going to be extremely careful. So in some senses, I'm trying to argue that you do have a stake in a Taiwan issue. And it's not a direct, clear vision one, but it's a broader, systemic relationship that I hope I can describe and that I hope gradually over time your own scholars can come to see. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gordon.
So I can give a very short answer. When it comes to being more proactive in the Indo-Pacific, cooperating with Australia, etc., Korea does not need to reinvent the wheel. Korea just needs to do what everybody else is doing already, right? At the Shangri-La Dialogue, Chu Ping was there with me at the Shangri-La Dialogue, the Canadian Defense Minister announced that their Defense Department had a very specific strategy to implement the National Indo-Pacific Strategy. And that included new ships dedicated to the region and a budget, a specific budget. We've seen now already for the last year, the United Kingdom has 2 offshore patrol vehicles on a 7-year mission in this region just to build trust. So it may seem like military exercises, port visits are just symbolic, but I think it's a really important part of building a regional network of trust, experience, and communication. Because you cannot rapid deploy trust. You can't rapid deploy communications. Those have to be built up over time. And I can guarantee you, the world views Korea as a highly capable country. The world views Korea as a country that has a lot to offer. And so whether it is military exercises in the Indian Ocean, in the South Pacific, or freedom of navigation floats in the South China Seas, I can't think of any other country other than China and North Korea who don't want more of that.
So I do remember there was one question, right? Yes, I think we will better to listen to the 2 questions, and then we will also have our panelists to answer, and then I would like to again ask the chief to give us remarks. Thank you. My name is SIGNIEL Lee, and I would like to thank you for really giving me this opportunity to listen to the very insightful opinions from all of you during the morning session. What I felt is that how we are going to enhance cooperation, and in the era of Indo-Pacific strategy, I believe that you really emphasize the importance of cooperation, and why should we cooperate, and for what, and what will be challenges, and what should we really concern about, and what will be the threatening elements in near-term, mid-term, and long-term. So what worries you most? What concerns you most? And how can we enhance our cooperation? This is my question from me. Because we are the Navy, yes, we are living in the midst of all the threats. We feel it every day. And so I would like to really listen to people from the private sector and also academia, and sharing your perspectives will be greatly valuable to all of us. Thank you so much. And the person next to you, yes, please raise your question. Yep, the person who just raised your hand. Hi, I'm Yoo Ha-yeon from Korea Institute for Maritime Strategy. I'm teaching my student at Howard.
I'm a Kim's non-resident fellow, and at the same time, I'm teaching at Howard University in America. I have a question to Dr. Mishra about India's position on the Quad and Indo-Pacific. In your answer, you said that the previous government actually focused on the Act East policy, but current Modi administration actually pay more attention to.
Could you give the question louder?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I have a question to Dr. Mishra. It's okay. So, you said that previous Indian administrations actually gave preference to Act East policy, but now the current Modi administration is actually paying more attention to Quad and Indo-Pacific because after the Galwan skirmishes with China. So my question is that it sounds to me it's like a territorial dispute is actually independent variable that India considered to join a Quad, and the more strengthening is tied to the Indo-Pacific conception or strategy. So if a territorial dispute is solved, do you think India would still be interested in participating as a major actor in the Quad and the Indo-Pacific strategy? Thank you.
Okay. 질문 답변하시는 동안 while you are preparing the answer, I'm going to have one more. 최은희 제동님 말씀하시겠어요? 네.
Yes, you just raise your hand, right? So anyone who would like to pass the microphone to our deputy commander? Yes. Thank you for very informative presentations and sharing your opinions with us. Yes, the very goal that we try to achieve through this symposium is that how the Navy should play its role and how to enhance the capability of the ROC Navy. As is mentioned, yes, we are in the midst of new paradigm and paradigm shift. And we are talking about China is in this realm or atmosphere, but in reality, it is not the case. So when we talk about the issues related to maritime security issues, the U.S. tries to enhance the capability of the Japanese Navy. And as you know, the ROK Navy is always threatened by the North Korea. I think that role should be played by the ROK Navy, and we are not in that situation. In this sense, I would like to ask my question to Gordon Flake, head of the USA Center. So what do you think the role of the ROK Navy should be evolving into in the future? Thank you.
질문 없으시면은 플로어를 클로즈입니다. 네.
If you don't have other questions, then we will close the floor. Thank you for the great questions and comments. So,
have something to add, please.
One of the fundamental reasons the Indo-Pacific is so attractive is because it is an expansive idea. So if you have a closed system like the Asia-Pacific, and one power like China becomes more and more and more powerful, you really don't have many choices other than to fight against it or try to contain it. And that's not something that Korea wants, or Southeast Asia wants, or the United States wants. So your other solution is to increase the size of the pie, right? By expanding the region and bringing in India and the Indian Ocean, China's relative power goes down. But also, America's relative power goes down. It becomes, as Sandeep says, a little bit more, it's not really multipolar, but it becomes more of a system. So to answer your question, what can the Korean Navy do? Support that system. Be an active participant in the South China Seas. Be an active participant in the Pacific Islands. Be an active participant in the Indian Ocean. because again, Korea has tremendous capabilities, is trusted, right? And in the end, I understand, of course, that Korea has probably the other question that was asked was, what is my biggest worry about this region? Today, it is cross-straits, it is Taiwan. I am more worried about the risk of a crisis on Taiwan than I am about North Korea, right? But I do understand that Korea's position may be inverse, more worried about Korea. But my belief is the more friends, allies, partners, collaborators that Korea has globally, the stronger it will be on the Korean Peninsula, and the stronger it will be on the Taiwan Straits. And so if you ask me, today, most Koreans go overseas and they tell everybody, pay attention to North Korea, pay attention to North Korea, pay attention to North Korea. The best way for Korea to deal with the Korean Peninsula issue is to leverage its international standing. Korea is a member of the G20, 10th or 11th largest economy in the world, a treaty ally of the United States in almost every organization. So the more the Korean Navy can be expansive, the better it will be for the Indo-Pacific as a whole.
Thank you. Can I have the answer, the question by the professor of Howard University?
Yeah, I think, thank you very much for asking question. I think one thing I wanted to say before I answer the question, that in this session, because I have gone through the documents, in this session, this discussion was meant to understand why Indo-Pacific strategy is important and why all these countries, they are coming out with their own Indo-Pacific strategies. So this is about that. In the next session, where I think my friend from India, he has written a very detailed paper, what India and South Korea, especially South Korean Navy, could do specifically to pursue this idea of Indo-Pacific strategy. So I think in details, those things are there, so anybody can see and I think have an understanding. About your question, I think, yes, we are pursuing activist policy and now Indo-Pacific strategy and Quad. So you are saying that territorial disputes, if they are resolved, the thing is, as we mentioned, that there are systemic regions. If we look at how this Indo-Pacific region had been evolving in the last 20, 15 years, then you realize that Indo-Pacific strategy is largely, as I think the first speaker mentioned, like Indo-Pacific strategy is largely reactive policy for all the countries, including India. So this policy is evolving, is coming from different countries because they realize that systemic forces are basically putting them together, pulling them to have this kind of strategy. So I think even if certain disputes are being resolved, even if some small skirmishes here and there are going to be resolved or peacefully dealt with, I think the systemic forces, unless China changes its position, China changes its behavior. That's why I say that the biggest, you can say, propeller of this Indo-Pacific strategy is not all these countries, which we have been talking about, is China. And last 15, 20 years, their behavior has been problematic, and small, middle, and big players, all of them, they have realized that. And that's why I think this is going to be, Quad is going to be important for Indian foreign policy in coming time. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 거의 시간을 딱 맞출 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Thank you. I think we are almost on time. So, well, I'm not sure if I understood correctly. And you are the captain, Shin Do-sung. And your question was about, I think it could be an open question. I think the purpose of today's meeting was, as the captain mentioned, we have this threat of North Korea and we have China. How can we integrate them as a part of the universal values? And that's not the topic for today's event. And we want to talk about we're here from different countries and see the commonalities and differences of different countries and seek more opportunities. So anyway, I think ROK has a very specific and tangible threat to security, which is North Korea. And also, as Gordon mentioned and emphasized, we are also expected to play a role for peace in the world. And the ROK government announced its Indo-Pacific strategy, and we have this rivalry between China and the U.S., and the Biden administration is really gearing for it, and it can present an opportunity for ROK Navy to upgrade and take its sea power to the next level. I hope that we will not miss the opportunity, and not just on the Korean Peninsula, but also you can actively engage it and contribute to dealing with these non-traditional threats. To do that, you have to have a strong power, strong Navy, sea power, and learn more from the other countries, what kind of powers they have. And you also need to be engaged in many different parts of the forums for such opportunities. Once again, I'd like to thank all the panelists, and thank you for staying with us, all the audience. Thank you. So that is the end of the session 1. Thank you.
대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. Yes. You may return to your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yes. We have talked about ROK's Alliance and Maritime Security Cooperation to implement the Indo-Pacific strategies, and we have invited 6 very renowned experts and engaged in discussion. And again, I would like to also thank the chairperson Lee Park for being great moderator. So the luncheon begins from now on. I would like to make a couple of announcements for you. So please proceed to the table and the room that you were guided to when you first registered with us. Okay, so if you have a white stick on your name tag, please go to ballroom. If you have a yellow stick on your name tag, please go to grand ballroom. And for those of you with yellow sticker, if you have requested a special diet, please pick up one of the yellow name, the stick on your way out. Please place the name plate on the table so that you can be served. And the second session in the afternoon will begin here at 2:20. Please participate in the second session, and please make your way out slowly to prevent any confusion. I will come back to you for the second session. Thank you so much.
국민과 함께하는 위대한 항해, 필승 해군, 정예 해군. 국가와 민족을 위해 이 몸을 삼가 바치나이다. 일찍이 바다에 미래가 있다는 것을 깨달은 해군의 아버지 손원일 제도. 1945년 11월 11일 손원일 제독을 비롯한 선각자들은 우리의 바다는 우리 손으로 지킨다는 신념 하나로 3군 중 가장 먼저 해군의 모체인 해방병단을 창설했습니다. 변변한 전투함 한 척 없었지만 선배 전우들의 도전은 멈추지 않았습니다. 장병들의 자발적 모금과 해군 부인들의 삭바느질, 그리고 정부와 국민의 성금이 모여 최초의 전투함 백두산함을 갖게 되었고, 싸우면 이길 수 있다는 강한 자신감도 갖게 되었습니다. 1950년 6월 25일 밤, 풍전등화의 위기에서 동해로 긴급 출전한 백두산함. 부산 인근 해상으로 남하하던 북한 무장수송선과의 교전에서 우리의 바다를 지켜내는 최초의 승전을 거두었습니다. 우리의 시선은 더 넓은 곳으로 향했습니다. 그것은 바로 드넓은 바다를 우리 손으로 만든 군함으로 지키는 것입니다. 마침내 우리의 기술로 국산 전투함 시대를 열었고, 수상, 수중, 항공의 입체 전력을 갖춰 한 단계 더 도약했습니다. 한국형 구축함 광개토 대왕함에서 대형 수송함 독도함, 이지스 구축함 세종대왕함, 중형 잠수함 도산 안창호함, 신형 이지스 구축함 정조대왕함에 이르기까지 이제 해군은 국가 정책을 힘으로 뒷받침할 수 있는 해양 강군의 면모를 갖추어 나가고 있습니다. 바다에서 오는 적은 바다에서 막아야 한다. 해군과 해병대는 위기의 순간마다 우리의 바다를 굳건히 수호해 왔습니다. 하지만 한반도를 둘러싼 안보 상황의 불확실성은 가중되고 있습니다. 북한의 핵과 미사일 위협은 거세지고 있으며 우크라이나 사태는 국제 정세의 긴장감을 더욱 고조시키고 있습니다. 이러한 안보 위협은 바다에 집중되고 있어 해양 안보의 중요성은 나날이 증가하고 있습니다. 특히 수출입 물동량의 99.8%가 바다를 통해 이루어지는 우리에게 있어 바다는 반드시 지켜내야 할 생명선입니다.
저 넓고 푸른 바다에 우리의 미래가 달려 있습니다. 우리 함께 담대한 미래를 향한 힘찬 항해에 나섭시다. 여러분 모두가 신해양강국 대한민국 호위 선장입니다.
신해양 강국 건설을 위해 우리 해군은 해양 강군으로 거듭나야 합니다. 이를 위해 어떠한 상황에서도 싸우면 반드시 이길 수 있도록 전방위 상시 대비 태세를 확립하겠습니다. 강하고 실전적인 교육 훈련과 행동화를 통해 연합 합동 작전의 완전성을 제고하여 적이 도발하면 현장에서 승리로 작전을 종결짓겠습니다. 해군은 국방혁신 4.0에 주도적으로 참여하면서 첨단 과학기술 기반의 해양 강군을 건설하고 있습니다. AI를 적용한 해양 유무인 복합체계로 미래 해군 전력을 건설하고 고도화하겠습니다. 해군은 시대 흐름과 환경 변화에 발맞춰 투명하고 효율적인 부대 운영을 해나가고 있습니다. 장병이 체감할 수 있는 근무 환경을 만들고 사기와 복지 여건 향상을 더욱 가속화하겠습니다. 해군 특성에 부합하는 안전 시스템을 구축하여 안전을 확보한 가운데 임무를 완수하는 해군을 만들 것입니다. 해군은 국민에게 신뢰를 주는 해군 문화 정착에도 매진하고 있습니다. 군 기강이 확립된 가운데 존중, 배려, 소통하는 근무 여건을 만들고 장병 기본권과 인권, 양성평등이 보장되는 스마트 해군 문화를 정립하겠습니다. 이제 신해양 강국에 우리 모두의 꿈을 담아 힘차게 항진해 나가겠습니다. 충무공 이순신 제독의 필사즉생, 필생즉사의 정신으로 싸우면 반드시 이기는 필승 해군, 국민에게 신뢰를 주는 정의 해군이 되어 대한민국의 자유와 평화, 번영을 바다에서 힘으로 뒷받침하겠습니다. 국민과 함께하는 위대한 항해, 해양 강국, 해양 강군.
We set sail to a brighter future with our people. Victorious Navy, elite Navy. For my country and people, I devote my life. The forefather of the Navy, Admiral Son Won-il, realized early on that the sea is the future. November 11th, 1945, the pioneers of the Rock Navy with Admiral Son had only one belief: our sea will be safeguarded with our own hands. The Marine Defense Group became the first branch of the Korean Armed Forces, the Rock Navy. Even without a single warship, our forefathers did not give up. Sailors donated their wages while the spouses of officers earned money with their own hands by sewing. And with people's support, the Navy acquired its very first warship, Rock-S-Pick BUSAN, establishing confidence in victory. On the night of June 25, 1950, the country's fate hangs by a thread. Rockets BUSAN set sail for the East Sea with an urgent order, won her first victory from the engagement with an armed North Korean transport ship that was advancing south. Our horizons expanded towards the future to safeguard our vast ocean with indigenous vessels. With our technology, we transitioned to an era of indigenous warships with surface, underwater, and air power. From destroyer Gwanggaeto the Great, landing platform helicopter rockets Dokdo, Aegis destroyers Haejong the Great, medium-sized submarine Dosan Anchang-ho, to the new Aegis destroyer rockets Cheongjo the Great. With these new assets, now the ROK Navy took on a maritime power aspect that can support national policy. An enemy at sea needs to be defeated at sea. ROK Navy and Marines always stood strong to safeguard our sea during crisis. However, uncertain security challenges around the peninsula are increasing. North Korea's growing nuclear and missile threat and Ukraine crisis has escalated global tension. Such security threats are largely concentrated at sea, thereby the significance of maritime security is increasing. In particular, 99.8% of ROK's export and import goods are transported through oceans, which is our lifeline.
저 넓고 푸른 바다에 우리의 미래가 달려 있습니다. 우리 함께 담대한 미래를 향한 힘찬 항해에 나섭시다. 여러분 모두가 신해양왕국 대한민국 호위 선장입니다.
The Navy must become a strong maritime force in order to build a new maritime power. We pledge to forge an all-domain combat readiness posture to win in any circumstances. Through a robust and practical education, training, and execution, we enhance integrity of combined and joint operations to bring a victory in case of any provocations. The Navy has been participating in Revolution in Military Affairs 4.0 while building a cutting-edge science and technology-based strong maritime force. We will build our future Navy forces by applying artificial intelligence to maritime manned and unmanned systems, and will solidify and upgrade Smart Navy as well as Smart Marine. In line with the change of environment and new era, the Navy is managing units in a transparent and efficient way. Upon improving work conditions for sailors, we accelerate the morale and welfare of our troops. We will establish a safety system in accordance with current Navy characteristics to ensure the capability to accomplish our missions. The Republic of Korea Navy strives to enhance trust in the Navy culture. While ensuring strong military discipline, we provide a workplace where people care, respect, and communicate. We will establish a smart Navy culture guaranteeing human rights and gender equality for our sailors. Now, we will set sail with everyone's dream in new maritime power. With Admiral Lee Sun-shin's spirit, those who seek death shall live, those who seek life shall die. When we fight, we win. Victorious Navy. People place their trust in the elite Navy. We will be the linchpin of the sea to support freedom, peace, and stability of the Republic of Korea. Let us start our great odyssey. Strong maritime nation, strong maritime forces.
차!
4차 산업혁명 시대의 도래에 따른 과학기술의 혁신적인 발전은 전쟁 패러다임의 변화를 요구하고 있습니다. 정보통신 및 지휘통제 분야의 발전은 전장인식, 기능 및 전장 공간의 확장을 가속화시키고 있습니다. 미래전은 다음과 같은 양상으로 전개될 것입니다. 전장 영역이 해상, 지상, 공중, 우주, 사이버 공간으로 더욱 확대될 것이며 모든 전투 요소들이 초연결됨에 따라 부대를 자유롭게 편성하여 전 영역을 넘나드는 다영역의 동시 통합전이 수행될 것입니다. USV, UAV, UUV 등 무인 체계가 폭넓게 운용되어 유무인 체계가 융합된 복합전 양상으로 전개될 것이며 인명피해 최소화 및 저비용의 효과 극대화를 지향하는 무인 체계의 발전이 더욱 두드러질 것입니다. 정보통신 기술 기반 첨단 네트워크를 활용한 통합 정밀 타격전이 일반화될 것이며 SLBM, 극초음속 미사일, 고출력 레이저 무기, 초공동 어뢰 등 치명성을 갖춘 무기 체계가 보편화될 것입니다. 전평시 및 전후방의 구분이 모호하며 전투원, 비전투원 등 전투 수행자도 다양화되어 전방위적으로 모든 수단이 동원되는 하이브리드전 양상으로 전개될 것입니다. 해군은 미래전 양상에 대비한 다양한 역할이 요구됩니다. 북한은 군사적으로 핵, WMD, 미사일, 잠수함 등 비대칭 전력을 증강하고 있습니다. 이에 해군은 첨단 무기와 유무인 복합 체계를 중심으로 해양 기반 핵 WMD 대응 체계 구축, 수중 킬체인을 구축하여 조기 해양 통제권을 확보해야 합니다. 한반도 주변국들은 해군력을 비약적으로 증강하고 있으며 그 영향력을 확대하고 있습니다. 해군은 국가 이익, 해양 주권, 권익 침해로 인한 도서 영유권, 해양 자원 개발, 해양 경계 획정 문제 등 해양에서의 다양한 분쟁 발생 가능성에 대비해야 합니다. 초국가적, 비군사적 위협에 대해 능동적으로 대응하고 국가의 생존과 번영에 직결되는 해상 교통로를 적극적으로 보호해야 하며 우리 국민의 안전한 해양 활동을 보장해야 합니다. 이처럼 우리는 미래 해양 안보의 도전을 극복해야 합니다. 이를 구현하기 위한 비전으로 해양 강국과 대양 해군을 설정했습니다. 해양 강국은 국가의 해양력을 중심으로 국제사회의 주도권을 확보한 해양 강대국으로 국제 해양 문제와 협력을 주도하고 해양 정책, 산업, 기술 등을 선도하여 국가 이미지를 제고할 수 있는 국가를 의미합니다. 대양 해군은 미래 안보 환경을 고려하여 연안에서 대양까지 해역 함대와 기동 함대를 중심으로 국가 안보와 해양 주권, 권익을 수호하고 해양 강국의 국가 비전을 힘으로 뒷받침하며 국제 평화에 기여함으로써 국제사회와 국민으로부터 신뢰받는 해군을 의미합니다. 해군의 비전 구현을 통한 미래 해군의 모습은 언제 어디서든 임무 수행이 가능한 다차원 입체 전력을 구축하고 전비 태세를 완비한 임무 위주의 준비된 해군, 적 위협의 효과적인 억제와 대응이 가능한 고성능, 고위력의 치명성을 구비한 단단하고 예리한 해군, 전문성을 갖춘 인재를 확보하고 품격 있는 선진 해군 문화와 복지를 구현하여 근무하고 싶고 가고 싶고 보내고 싶은 스마트하고 선진화된 해군이 되는 것입니다. 해군은 2045년 해군 창설 100주년을 향해 새롭게 창군한다는 신념으로 대양 해군을 건설하겠습니다. 미래 해역 함대와 기동 함대는 우리 주변을 포함한 전 세계 해양 곳곳에서 국가 안보와 해양 주권, 권익을 수호하고 해양 강국의 국가 비전을 힘으로 뒷받침하며 국제사회와 국민으로부터 신뢰받는 강한 선진 해군이 될 것입니다. Anytime, anywhere, always ready and there. 세계, 언제, 어디든 국가와 국민이 필요로 하는 곳에 해군이 있겠습니다. 해양 강국, 대양 해군.
innovative development of science and technology with the advent of the fourth industrial revolution demands a change in the war paradigm. Advances in the fields of command control, information and communication are accelerating the expansion of the gauge and function of the battlefield. The future war will develop in the following ways. The battlefield will be further expanded to sea, ground, air, space, and cyberspace. As all combat elements are hyper-connected, multi-area units will be flexibly organized and simultaneous integration will be conducted across all domains. Unmanned systems such as USV, UAV, and UUV will widely evolve into an integrated warfare of manned and unmanned systems, aimed at minimizing casualties and maximizing low-cost effects will be more prominent. Integrated precision strike battles using high-tech networks based on information and communication technology will be common, and critical weapon systems such as SLBM, hypersonic missiles, high-power laser weapons, and supercavitation torpedoes will be universal. The distinction between wartime and peacetime, the front and rear, will be ambiguous. Combatants and non-combatants will also be diversified, developing a ubiquitous hybrid warfare. The Navy is challenged to take various roles to prepare for the future warfare. North Korea is building asymmetric military forces such as nuclear weapons, WMD, missiles, and submarines. Hence, the Navy must secure early maritime control by establishing marine-based nuclear weapons, WMD response systems, and underwater kill chains focusing on high-tech weapons and unmanned complex systems. The neighboring countries on the Korean Peninsula are rapidly increasing their possibility of various disputes in the sea, including the conflict of island sovereignty, marine resource development, and maritime boundary determination caused by violation of national interests and maritime sovereignty. We must actively respond to transnational and non-military threats, protect maritime transportation routes directly related to the survival and prosperity of the country, and ensure the safe maritime activities of our people. We must overcome the upcoming challenges of future maritime security. To achieve so, we have established maritime power and Blue Water Navy as our vision. A maritime power is a country with the homogeny in the international community, centering on its maritime power. It can take the lead of international maritime affairs and cooperation and enhance national soft power by leading marine policies, industries, and technologies. Considering the future security environment, Blue Water Navy protects national security, maritime sovereignty, and rights and interests centering on the maritime and mobile fleet from the coast to the ocean. The Blue Water Navy is a force that supports the national vision of maritime powerhouse and is trusted by the international community and the citizens by contributing to international peace. The future appearance of the Navy through implementing the vision is mission-oriented and prepared Navy, equipped with multi-dimensional power and complete war readiness, capable of performing missions anytime and anywhere. Solid and sharp Navy, built with high-performance, high-powered weapons that can effectively deter and respond to enemy threats. Smart and advanced Navy, with progressive culture and welfare where people want to work and spend their life, securing talents with expertise. We will completely reconstruct our Navy as the Blue Water Navy by the 100th anniversary of its establishment in 2045. The future maritime and mobile fleet will be a strong, advanced Navy trusted by the international community and its citizens by protecting national security, maritime sovereignty, and rights and interests throughout the world. Anytime, anywhere, always ready and there. We will be there anytime, anywhere in the world, when the country and the people are in need. Maritime power. Blue Water Navy.
국민과 함께하는 위대한 항해, 필승 해군, 정예 해군. 국가와 민족을 위해 이 몸을 삼가 바치나이다. 일찍이 바다에 미래가 있다는 것을 깨달은 해군의 아버지 손원일 제도. 1945년 11월 11일 손원일 제독을 비롯한 삼각자들은 우리의 바다는 우리 손으로 지킨다는 신념 하나로 3군 중 가장 먼저 해군의 모체인 해방병단을 창설했습니다. 변변한 전투함 한 척 없었지만 선배 전우들의 도전은 멈추지 않았습니다. 장병들의 자발적 모금과 해군 부인들의 삭바느질, 그리고 정부와 국민의 성금이 모여 최초의 전투함 백두산함을 갖게 되었고, 싸우면 이길 수 있다는 강한 자신감도 갖게 되었습니다. 1950년 6월 25일 밤, 풍전등화의 위기에서 동해로 긴급 출전한 백두산함. 부산 인근 해상으로 남하하던 북한 무장수송선과의 교전에서 우리의 바다를 지켜내는 최초의 승전을 거두었습니다. 우리의 시선은 더 넓은 곳으로 향했습니다. 그것은 바로 드넓은 바다를 우리 손으로 만든 군함으로 지키는 것입니다. 마침내 우리의 기술로 국산 전투함 시대를 열었고, 수상, 수중, 항공의 입체 전력을 갖추어 한 단계 더 도약했습니다. 한국형 구축함 광개토 대왕함에서 대형 수송함 독도함, 이지스 구축함 세종 대왕함, 중형 잠수함 도산 안창호함, 신형 이지스 구축함 정조 대왕함에 이르기까지 이제 해군은 국가 정책을 힘으로 뒷받침할 수 있는 해양 강군의 면모를 갖추어 나가고 있습니다. 바다에서 오는 적은 바다에서 막아야 한다. 해군과 해병대는 위기의 순간마다 우리의 바다를 굳건히 수호해 왔습니다. 하지만 한반도를 둘러싼 안보 상황의 불확실성은 가중되고 있습니다. 북한의 핵과 미사일 위협은 거세지고 있으며 우크라이나 사태는 국제 정세의 긴장감을 더욱 고조시키고 있습니다. 이러한 안보 위협은 바다에 집중되고 있어 해양 안보의 중요성은 나날이 증가하고 있습니다. 특히 수출입 물동량의 99.8%가 바다를 통해 이루어지는 우리에게 있어 바다는 반드시 지켜내야 할 생명선입니다.
저 넓고 푸른 바다에 우리의 미래가 달려 있습니다. 우리 함께 담대한 미래를 향한 힘찬 항해에 나섭시다. 여러분 모두가 신해양강국 대한민국 호위 선장입니다.
신해양 강국 건설을 위해 우리 해군은 해양 강군으로 거듭나야 합니다. 이를 위해 어떠한 상황에서도 싸우면 반드시 이길 수 있도록 전방위 상시 대비 태세를 확립하겠습니다. 강하고 실전적인 교육 훈련과 행동화를 통해 연합 합동 작전의 완전성을 제고하여 적이 도발하면 현장에서 승리로 작전을 종결짓겠습니다. 해군은 국방혁신 4.0에 주도적으로 참여하면서 첨단 과학기술 기반의 해양 강군을 건설하고 있습니다. AI를 적용한 해양 유무인 복합체계로 미래 해군 전력을 건설하고 고도화하겠습니다. 해군은 시대 흐름과 환경 변화에 발맞춰 투명하고 효율적인 부대 운영을 해나가고 있습니다. 장병이 체감할 수 있는 근무 환경을 만들고 사기와 복지 여건 향상을 더욱 가속화하겠습니다. 해군 특성에 부합하는 안전 시스템을 구축하여 안전을 확보한 가운데 임무를 완수하는 해군을 만들 것입니다. 해군은 국민에게 신뢰를 주는 해군 문화 정착에도 매진하고 있습니다. 군 기강이 확립된 가운데 존중, 배려, 소통하는 근무 여건을 만들고 장병 기본권과 인권, 양성평등이 보장되는 스마트 해군 문화를 정립하겠습니다. 이제 신해양 강국에 우리 모두의 꿈을 담아 힘차게 항진해 나가겠습니다. 충무공 이순신 제독의 필사즉생, 필생즉사의 정신으로 싸우면 반드시 이기는 필승 해군, 국민에게 신뢰를 주는 정의 해군이 되어 대한민국의 자유와 평화, 번영을 바다에서 힘으로 뒷받침하겠습니다. 국민과 함께하는 위대한 항해, 해양 강국, 해양 강군.
We set sail to a brighter future with our people. Victorious Navy, elite Navy. For my country and people, I devote my life. The forefather of the Navy, Admiral Son Won-il, realized early on that the sea is the future. November 11th, 1945, the pioneers of the Rock Navy with Admiral Son had only one belief. Our sea will be safeguarded with our own hands. The Marine Defense Group became the first branch of the Korean Armed Forces, the Rock Navy. Even without a single warship, our forefathers did not give up. Sailors donated their wages while the spouses of officers earned money with their own hands by sewing. And with people's support, the Navy acquired its very first warship, Rockets Baekdusan, establishing confidence in victory. On the night of June 25th, 1950, the country's fate hangs by a thread. Rockets Baekdusan set sail for the East Sea with an urgent order, won her first victory from the engagement with an armed North Korean transport ship that was advancing south. Our horizons expanded towards the future to safeguard our vast ocean with indigenous vessels. With our technology, we transitioned to an era of indigenous warships with surface, underwater, and air power. From destroyer Gwanggaeto the Great, landing platform helicopter rockets Tokdo, Aegis destroyer Sejong the Great, medium-sized submarine Dosan Anchang-ho, to the new Aegis destroyer rockets Cheongjo the Great. With these new assets, now the Rock Navy took on a maritime power aspect that can support national policy. An enemy at sea needs to be defeated at sea. Rock Navy and Marines always stood strong to safeguard our sea during crisis. However, uncertain security challenges around the peninsula are increasing. North Korea's growing nuclear and missile threat and Ukraine crisis has escalated global tension. Such security threats are largely concentrated at sea, thereby the significance of maritime security is increasing. In particular, 99.8% of ROC's exporting import goods are transported through oceans, which is our lifeline.
저 넓고 푸른 바다에 우리의 미래가 달려 있습니다. 우리 함께 담대한 미래를 향한 힘찬 항해에 나섭시다. 여러분 모두가 신해양왕국 대한민국 호위 선장입니다.
The Navy must become a strong maritime force in order to build a new maritime power. We pledge to forge an all-domain combat readiness posture to win in any circumstances. Through a robust and practical education, training, and execution, we enhance integrity of combined and joint operations to bring a victory in case of any provocations. The Navy has been participating in Revolution in Military Affairs 4.0 while building a cutting-edge science and technology-based strong maritime force. We will build our future Navy forces by applying artificial intelligence to maritime manned and unmanned systems, and will solidify and upgrade Smart Navy as well as Smart Marine. In line with the change of environment and new era, the Navy is managing units in a transparent and efficient way. Upon improving work conditions for sailors, we accelerate the morale and welfare of our troops. We will establish a safety system in accordance with current Navy characteristics to ensure the capability to accomplish our missions. The Republic of Korea Navy strives to enhance trust in the Navy culture. While ensuring strong military discipline, we provide a workplace where people care, respect, and communicate. We will establish a smart Navy culture guaranteeing human rights and gender equality for our sailors. Now, we will set sail with everyone's dream in new maritime power. With Admiral Lee Sun-shin's spirit, those who seek death shall live, those who seek life shall die. When we fight, we win. Victorious Navy. People place their trust in the elite Navy. We will be the linchpin of the sea to support freedom, peace, and stability of the Republic of Korea. Let us start our great odyssey. Strong maritime nation, strong maritime forces.
(4차) 산업혁명 시대의 도래에 따른 과학기술의 혁신적인 발전은 전쟁 패러다임의 변화를 요구하고 있습니다. 정보통신 및 지휘통제 분야의 발전은 전장인식, 기능 및 전장 공간의 확장을 가속화시키고 있습니다. 미래전은 다음과 같은 양상으로 전개될 것입니다. 전장 영역이 해상, 지상, 공중, 우주, 사이버 공간으로 더욱 확대될 것이며 모든 전투 요소들이 초연결됨에 따라 부대를 자유롭게 편성하여 전 영역을 넘나드는 다영역의 동시 통합전이 수행될 것입니다. USV, UAV, UUV 등 무인 체계가 폭넓게 운용되어 유무인 체계가 융합된 복합전 양상으로 전개될 것이며 인명 피해 최소화 및 저비용의 효과 극대화를 지향하는 무인 체계의 발전이 더욱 두드러질 것입니다. 정보통신 기술 기반 첨단 네트워크를 활용한 통합 정밀 타격전이 일반화될 것이며 SLBM, 극초음속 미사일, 고출력 레이저 무기, 초공동 어뢰 등 치명성을 갖춘 무기 체계가 보편화될 것입니다. 전평시 및 전후방의 구분이 모호하며 전투원, 비전투원 등 전투 수행자도 다양화되어 전방위적으로 모든 수단이 동원되는 하이브리드전 양상으로 전개될 것입니다. 해군은 미래전 양상에 대비한 다양한 역할이 요구됩니다. 북한은 군사적으로 핵, WMD, 미사일, 잠수함 등 비대칭 전력을 증강하고 있습니다. 이에 해군은 첨단 무기와 유무인 복합체계를 중심으로 해양 기반 핵 WMD 대응체계 구축, 수중 킬체인을 구축하여 조기 해양 통제권을 확보해야 합니다. 한반도 주변국들은 해군력을 비약적으로 증강하고 있으며 그 영향력을 확대하고 있습니다. 해군은 국가 이익, 해양 주권, 권익 침해로 인한 도서 영유권, 해양 자원 개발, 해양 경계 획정 문제 등 해양에서의 다양한 분쟁 발생 가능성에 대비해야 합니다. 초국가적, 비군사적 위협에 대해 능동적으로 대응하고 국가의 생존과 번영에 직결되는 해상 교통로를 적극적으로 보호해야 하며 우리 국민의 안전한 해양 활동을 보장해야 합니다. 이처럼 우리는 미래 해양 안보의 도전을 극복해야 합니다. 이를 구현하기 위한 비전으로 해양 강국과 대양 해군을 설정했습니다. 해양 강국은 국가의 해양력을 중심으로 국제사회의 주도권을 확보한 해양 강대국으로 국제 해양 문제와 협력을 주도하고 해양 정책, 산업, 기술 등을 선도하여 국가 이미지를 제고할 수 있는 국가를 의미합니다. 대양 해군은 미래 안보 환경을 고려하여 연안에서 대양까지 해역 함대와 기동 함대를 중심으로 국가 안보와 해양 주권, 권익을 수호하고 해양 강국의 국가 비전을 힘으로 뒷받침하며 국제 평화에 기여함으로써 국제사회와 국민으로부터 신뢰받는 해군을 의미합니다. 해군의 비전 구현을 통한 미래 해군의 모습은 언제 어디서든 임무 수행이 가능한 다차원 입체 전력을 구축하고 전비 태세를 완비한 임무 위주의 준비된 해군, 적 위협의 효과적인 억제와 대응이 가능한 고성능, 고위력의 치명성을 구비한 단단하고 예리한 해군, 전문성을 갖춘 인재를 확보하고 품격 있는 선진 해군 문화와 복지를 구현하여 근무하고 싶고 가고 싶고 보내고 싶은 스마트하고 선진화된 해군이 되는 것입니다. 해군은 2045년 해군 창설 100주년을 향해 새롭게 창군한다는 신념으로 대양 해군을 건설하겠습니다. 미래 해역 함대와 기동 함대는 우리 주변을 포함한 전 세계 해양 곳곳에서 국가 안보와 해양 주권, 권익을 수호하고 해양 강국의 국가 비전을 힘으로 뒷받침하며 국제사회와 국민으로부터 신뢰받는 강한 선진 해군이 될 것입니다. Anytime, anywhere, always ready and there. 세계, 언제, 어디든 국가와 국민이 필요로 하는 곳에 해군이 있겠습니다. 해양 강국, 대양 해군.
The innovative development of science and technology with the advent of the fourth industrial revolution demands a change in the war paradigm. Advances in the fields of command control, information and communication are accelerating the expansion of the gauge and function of the battlefield. The future war will develop in the following ways. The battlefield will be further expanded to sea, ground, air, space, and cyberspace. As all combat elements are hyper-connected, multi-area units will be flexibly organized and simultaneous integration will be conducted across all domains. Unmanned systems such as USV, UAV, and UUV will widely evolve into an integrated warfare of manned and unmanned systems, aimed at minimizing casualties and maximizing low-cost effects will be more prominent. Integrated precision strike battles using high-tech networks based on information and communication technology will be common. And critical weapon systems such as SLBM, hypersonic missiles, high-power laser weapons, and supercavitation torpedoes will be universal. The distinction between wartime and peacetime, the front and rear, will be ambiguous. Combatants and non-combatants will also be diversified, developing a ubiquitous hybrid warfare. The Navy is challenged to take various roles to prepare for the future warfare. North Korea is building asymmetric military forces such as nuclear weapons, WMD, missiles, and submarines. Hence, the Navy must secure early maritime control by establishing marine-based nuclear weapons, WMD response systems, and underwater kill chains focusing on high-tech weapons and unmanned complex systems. The neighboring countries on the Korean Peninsula are rapidly increasing their possibility of various disputes in the sea, including the conflict of island sovereignty, marine resource development, and maritime boundary determination caused by violation of national interests and maritime sovereignty. We must actively respond to transnational and non-military threats, protect maritime transportation routes directly related to the survival and prosperity of the country, and ensure the safe maritime activities of our people. We must overcome the upcoming challenges of future maritime security. To achieve so, we have established maritime power and Blue Water Navy as our vision. A maritime power is a country with the homogeny in the international community, centering on its maritime power. It can take the lead of international maritime affairs and cooperation and enhance national soft power by leading marine policies, industries, and technologies. Considering the future security environment, Blue Water Navy protects national security, maritime sovereignty, and rights and interests centering on the maritime and mobile fleet from the coast to the ocean. The Blue Water Navy is a force that supports the national vision of maritime powerhouse and is trusted by the international community and the citizens by contributing to international peace. The future appearance of the Navy through implementing the vision is mission-oriented and prepared Navy, equipped with multi-dimensional power and complete war readiness, capable of performing missions anytime and anywhere. Solid and sharp Navy, built with high-performance, high-powered weapons that can effectively deter and respond to enemy threats. Smart and advanced Navy, with progressive culture and welfare where people want to work and spend their life, securing talents with expertise. We will completely reconstruct our Navy as the Blue Water Navy by the 100th anniversary of its establishment in 2045. The future maritime and mobile fleet will be a strong, advanced Navy trusted by the international community and its citizens by protecting national security, maritime sovereignty, and rights and interests throughout the world. Anytime, anywhere, always ready and there. We will be there anytime, anywhere in the world, when the country and the people are in need. Maritime power, Blue Water Navy.
국민과 함께하는 위대한 항해, 필승 해군, 정예 해군. 국가와 민족을 위해 이 몸을 삼가 바치나이다. 일찍이 바다에 미래가 있다는 것을 깨달은 해군의 아버지 손원일 제도. 1945년 11월 11일 손원일 제독을 비롯한 삼각자들은 우리의 바다는 우리 손으로 지킨다는 신념 하나로 3군 중 가장 먼저 해군의 모체인 해방병단을 창설했습니다. 변변한 전투함 한 척 없었지만 선배 전우들의 도전은 멈추지 않았습니다. 장병들의 자발적 모금과 해군 부인들의 삭바느질, 그리고 정부와 국민의 성금이 모여 최초의 전투함 백두산함을 갖게 되었고 싸우면 이길 수 있다는 강한 자신감도 갖게 되었습니다. 1950년 6월 25일 밤 풍전등화의 위기에서 동해로 긴급 출전한 백두산함. 부산 인근 해상으로 남하하던 북한 무장수송선과의 교전에서 우리의 바다를 지켜내는 최초의 승전을 거두었습니다. 우리의 시선은 더 넓은 곳으로 향했습니다. 그것은 바로 드넓은 바다를 우리 손으로 만든 군함으로 지키는 것입니다. 마침내 우리의 기술로 국산 전투함 시대를 열었고 수상, 수중, 항공의 입체 전력을 갖추어 한 단계 더 도약했습니다. 한국형 구축함, 광개토 대왕함에서 대형 수송함 독도함, 이지스 구축함 세종대왕함, 중형 잠수함 도산 안창호함, 신형 이지스 구축함 정조대왕함에 이르기까지 이제 해군은 국가 정책을 힘으로 뒷받침할 수 있는 해양 강군의 면모를 갖추어 나가고 있습니다. 바다에서 오는 적은 바다에서 막아야 한다. 해군과 해병대는 위기의 순간마다 우리의 바다를 굳건히 수호해 왔습니다. 하지만 한반도를 둘러싼 안보 상황의 불확실성은 가중되고 있습니다. 북한의 핵과 미사일 위협은 거세지고 있으며 우크라이나 사태는 국제 정세의 긴장감을 더욱 고조시키고 있습니다. 이러한 안보 위협은 바다에 집중되고 있어 해양 안보의 중요성은 나날이 증가하고 있습니다. 특히 수출입 물동량의 99.8%가 바다를 통해 이루어지는 우리에게 있어 바다는 반드시 지켜내야 할 생명선입니다.
저 넓고 푸른 바다에 우리의 미래가 달려 있습니다. 우리 함께 담대한 미래를 향한 힘찬 항해에 나섭시다. 여러분 모두가 신해양강국 대한민국 호위 선장입니다.
신해양 강국 건설을 위해 우리 해군은 해양 강군으로 거듭나야 합니다. 이를 위해 어떠한 상황에서도 싸우면 반드시 이길 수 있도록 전방위 상시 대비 태세를 확립하겠습니다. 강하고 실전적인 교육 훈련과 행동화를 통해 연합 합동 작전의 완전성을 제고하여 적이 도발하면 현장에서 승리로 작전을 종결짓겠습니다. 해군은 국방혁신 4.0에 주도적으로 참여하면서 첨단 과학기술 기반의 해양 강군을 건설하고 있습니다. AI를 적용한 해양 유무인 복합체계로 미래 해군 전력을 건설하고 고도화하겠습니다. 해군은 시대 흐름과 환경 변화에 발맞춰 투명하고 효율적인 부대 운영을 해나가고 있습니다. 장병이 체감할 수 있는 근무 환경을 만들고 사기와 복지 여건 향상을 더욱 가속화하겠습니다. 해군 특성에 부합하는 안전 시스템을 구축하여 안전을 확보한 가운데 임무를 완수하는 해군을 만들 것입니다. 해군은 국민에게 신뢰를 주는 해군 문화 정착에도 매진하고 있습니다. 군 기강이 확립된 가운데 존중, 배려, 소통하는 근무 여건을 만들고 장병 기본권과 인권, 양성평등이 보장되는 스마트 해군 문화를 정립하겠습니다. 이제 신해양 강국에 우리 모두의 꿈을 담아 힘차게 항진해 나가겠습니다. 충무공 이순신 제독의 필사즉생, 필생즉사의 정신으로 싸우면 반드시 이기는 필승 해군, 국민에게 신뢰를 주는 정의 해군이 되어 대한민국의 자유와 평화, 번영을 바다에서 힘으로 뒷받침하겠습니다. 국민과 함께하는 위대한 항해, 해양 강국, 해양 강군.
We set sail to a brighter future with our people. Victorious Navy, elite Navy. For my country and people, I devote my life. The forefather of the Navy, Admiral Son Won-il, realized early on that the sea is the future. November 11th, 1945, the pioneers of the Rock Navy with Admiral Son had only one belief. Our sea will be safeguarded with our own hands. The Marine Defense Group became the first branch of the Korean Armed Forces, the Rock Navy. Even without a single warship, our forefathers did not give up. Sailors donated their wages while the spouses of officers earned money with their own hands by sewing. And with people's support, the Navy acquired its very first warship, Rock Busan, establishing confidence in victory. On the night of June 25th, 1950, the country's fate hangs by a thread. Rock Busan set sail for the East Sea with an urgent order: won her first victory from the engagement with an armed North Korean transport ship that was advancing south. Our horizons expanded towards the future to safeguard our vast ocean with indigenous vessels. With our technology, we transitioned to an era of indigenous warships with surface, underwater, and air power. From destroyer Gwanggaeto the Great, landing platform helicopter rockets Tokdo, Aegis destroyer Sejong the Great, medium-sized submarine Dosan Anchang-ho, to the new Aegis destroyer rockets Cheongjo the Great. With these new assets, now the ROK Navy took on a maritime power aspect that can support national policy. An enemy at sea needs to be defeated at sea. ROK Navy and Marines always stood strong to safeguard our sea during crisis. However, uncertain security challenges around the peninsula are increasing. North Korea's growing nuclear and missile threat and Ukraine crisis has escalated global tension. Such security threats are largely concentrated at sea, thereby the significance of maritime security is increasing. In particular, 99.8% of ROK's export and import goods are transported through oceans, which is our lifeline.
저 넓고 푸른 바다에 우리의 미래가 달려 있습니다. 우리 함께 담대한 미래를 향한 힘찬 항해에 나섭시다. 여러분 모두가 신해양왕국 대한민국 호위 선장입니다.
The Navy must become a strong maritime force in order to build a new maritime power. We pledge to forge an all-domain combat readiness posture to win in any circumstances. Through a robust and practical education, training, and execution, we enhance integrity of combined and joint operations to bring a victory in case of any provocations. The Navy has been participating in Revolution in Military Affairs 4.0 while building a cutting-edge science and technology-based strong maritime force. We will build our future Navy forces by applying artificial intelligence to maritime manned and unmanned systems and will solidify and upgrade Smart Navy as well as Smart Marine. In line with the change of environment and new era, the Navy is managing units in a transparent and efficient way. Upon improving work conditions for sailors, we accelerate the morale and welfare of our troops. We will establish a safety system in accordance with current Navy characteristics to ensure the capability to accomplish our missions. The Republic of Korea Navy strives to enhance trust in the Navy culture. While ensuring strong military discipline, we provide a workplace where people care, respect, and communicate. We will establish a smart Navy culture guaranteeing human rights and gender equality for our sailors. Now, we will set sail with everyone's dream in new maritime power. With Admiral Lee Sun-shin's spirit, those who seek death shall live, those who seek life shall die. When we fight, we win. Victorious Navy. People place their trust in the elite Navy. We will be the linchpin of the sea to support freedom, peace, and stability of the Republic of Korea. Let us start our great odyssey. Strong maritime nation, strong maritime forces.
4차 산업혁명 시대의 도래에 따른 과학기술의 혁신적인 발전은 전쟁 패러다임의 변화를 요구하고 있습니다. 정보통신 및 지휘통제 분야의 발전은 전장인식, 기능 및 전장 공간의 확장을 가속화시키고 있습니다. 미래전은 다음과 같은 양상으로 전개될 것입니다. 전장 영역이 해상, 지상, 공중, 우주, 사이버 공간으로 더욱 확대될 것이며 모든 전투 요소들이 초연결됨에 따라 부대를 자유롭게 편성하여 전 영역을 넘나드는 다영역의 동시 통합전이 수행될 것입니다. USV, UAV, UUV 등 무인 체계가 폭넓게 운용되어 유무인 체계가 융합된 복합전 양상으로 전개될 것이며 인명 피해 최소화 및 저비용의 효과 극대화를 지향하는 무인 체계의 발전이 더욱 두드러질 것입니다. 정보통신 기술 기반 첨단 네트워크를 활용한 통합 정밀 타격전이 일반화될 것이며 SLBM, 극초음속 미사일, 고출력 레이저 무기, 초공동 어뢰 등 치명성을 갖춘 무기 체계가 보편화될 것입니다. 전평시 및 전후방의 구분이 모호하며 전투원, 비전투원 등 전투 수행자도 다양화되어 전방위적으로 모든 수단이 동원되는 하이브리드전 양상으로 전개될 것입니다. 해군은 미래전 양상에 대비한 다양한 역할이 요구됩니다. 북한은 군사적으로 핵, WMD, 미사일, 잠수함 등 비대칭 전력을 증강하고 있습니다. 이에 해군은 첨단 무기와 유무인 복합 체계를 중심으로 해양 기반 핵 WMD 대응 체계 구축, 수중 킬체인을 구축하여 조기 해양 통제권을 확보해야 합니다. 한반도 주변국들은 해군력을 비약적으로 증강하고 있으며 그 영향력을 확대하고 있습니다. 해군은 국가 이익, 해양 주권, 권익 침해로 인한 도서 영유권, 해양 자원 개발, 해양 경계 획정 문제 등 해양에서의 다양한 분쟁 발생 가능성에 대비해야 합니다. 초국가적, 비군사적 위협에 대해 능동적으로 대응하고 국가의 생존과 번영에 직결되는 해상 교통로를 적극적으로 보호해야 하며 우리 국민의 안전한 해양 활동을 보장해야 합니다. 이처럼 우리는 미래 해양 안보의 도전을 극복해야 합니다. 이를 구현하기 위한 비전으로 해양 강국과 대양 해군을 설정했습니다. 해양 강국은 국가의 해양력을 중심으로 국제사회의 주도권을 확보한 해양 강대국으로 국제 해양 문제와 협력을 주도하고 해양 정책, 산업, 기술 등을 선도하여 국가 이미지를 제고할 수 있는 국가를 의미합니다. 대양 해군은 미래 안보 환경을 고려하여 연안에서 대양까지 해역 함대와 기동 함대를 중심으로 국가 안보와 해양 주권, 권익을 수호하고 해양 강국의 국가 비전을 힘으로 뒷받침하며 국제 평화에 기여함으로써 국제사회와 국민으로부터 신뢰받는 해군을 의미합니다. 해군의 비전 구현을 통한 미래 해군의 모습은 언제 어디서든 임무 수행이 가능한 다차원 입체 전력을 구축하고 전비 태세를 완비한 임무 위주의 준비된 해군, 적 위협의 효과적인 억제와 대응이 가능한 고성능, 고위력의 치명성을 구비한 단단하고 예리한 해군, 전문성을 갖춘 인재를 확보하고 품격 있는 선진 해군 문화와 복지를 구현하여 근무하고 싶고 가고 싶고 보내고 싶은 스마트하고 선진화된 해군이 되는 것입니다. 해군은 2045년 해군 창설 100주년을 향해 새롭게 창군한다는 신념으로 대양 해군을 건설하겠습니다. 미래 해역 함대와 기동 함대는 우리 주변을 포함한 전 세계 해양 곳곳에서 국가 안보와 해양 주권, 권익을 수호하고 해양 강국의 국가 비전을 힘으로 뒷받침하며 국제사회와 국민으로부터 신뢰받는 강한 선진 해군이 될 것입니다. Anytime, anywhere, always ready and there. 세계 언제 어디든 국가와 국민이 필요로 하는 곳에 해군이 있겠습니다. 해양 강국, 대양 해군.
The innovative development of science and technology with the advent of the Fourth Industrial Revolution demands a change in the war paradigm. Advances in the fields of command control, information and communication are accelerating the expansion of the gauge and function of the battlefield. The future war will develop in the following ways. The battlefield will be further expanded to sea, ground, air, space, and cyberspace. As all combat elements are hyper-connected, multi-area units will be flexibly organized and simultaneous integration will be conducted across all domains. Unmanned systems such as USV, UAV, and UUV will widely evolve into an integrated warfare of manned and unmanned systems, aimed at minimizing casualties and maximizing low-cost effects will be more prominent. Integrated precision strike battles using high-tech networks based on information and communication technology will be common, and critical weapon systems such as SLBM, hypersonic missiles, high-power laser weapons, and supercavitation torpedoes will be universal. The distinction between wartime and peacetime, the front and rear, will be ambiguous. Combatants and non-combatants will also be diversified, developing a ubiquitous hybrid warfare. The Navy is challenged to take various roles to prepare for the future warfare. North Korea is building asymmetric military forces such as nuclear weapons, WMD, missiles, and submarines. Hence, the Navy must secure early maritime control by establishing marine-based nuclear weapons, WMD response systems, and underwater kill chains focusing on high-tech weapons and unmanned complex systems. The neighboring countries on the Korean Peninsula are rapidly increasing their possibility of various disputes in the sea, including the conflict of island sovereignty, marine resource development, and maritime boundary determination caused by violation of national interests and maritime sovereignty. We must actively respond to transnational and non-military threats, protect maritime transportation routes directly related to the survival and prosperity of the country, and ensure the safe maritime activities of our people. We must overcome the upcoming challenges of future maritime security. To achieve so, we have established maritime power and Blue Water Navy as our vision. A maritime power is a country with the homogeny in the international community, centering on its maritime power. It can take the lead of international maritime affairs and cooperation and enhance national soft power by leading marine policies, industries, and technologies. Considering the future security environment, Blue Water Navy protects national security, maritime sovereignty, and rights and interests centering on the maritime and mobile fleet from the coast to the ocean. The Blue Water Navy is a force that supports the national vision of maritime powerhouse and is trusted by the international community and the citizens by contributing to international peace. The future appearance of the Navy through implementing the vision is mission-oriented and prepared Navy, equipped with multi-dimensional power and complete war readiness, capable of performing missions anytime and anywhere. Solid and sharp Navy, built with high-performance, high-powered weapons that can effectively deter and respond to enemy threats. Smart and advanced Navy, with progressive culture and welfare where people want to work and spend their life, securing talents with expertise. We will completely reconstruct our Navy as the Blue Water Navy by the 100th anniversary of its establishment in 2045. The future maritime and mobile fleet will be a strong, advanced Navy trusted by the international community and its citizens by protecting national security, maritime sovereignty, and rights and interests throughout the world. Anytime, anywhere, always ready and there. We will be there anytime, anywhere in the world, when the country and the people are in need. Maritime power. Blue Water Navy.
국민과 함께하는 위대한 항해, 필승 해군, 정예 해군. 국가와 민족을 위해 이 몸을 삼가 바치나이다. 일찍이 바다에 미래가 있다는 것을 깨달은 해군의 아버지 손원일 제도. 1945년 11월 11일 손원일 제독을 비롯한 선각자들은 우리의 바다는 우리 손으로 지킨다는 신념 하나로 3군 중 가장 먼저 해군의 모체인 해방병단을 창설했습니다. 변변한 전투함 한 척 없었지만 선배 전우들의 도전은 멈추지 않았습니다. 장병들의 자발적 모금과 해군 부인들의 삭바느질, 그리고 정부와 국민의 성금이 모여 최초의 전투함 백두산함을 갖게 되었고, 싸우면 이길 수 있다는 강한 자신감도 갖게 되었습니다. 1950년 6월 25일 밤, 풍전등화의 위기에서 동해로 긴급 출전한 백두산함. 부산 인근 해상으로 남하하던 북한 무장수송선과의 교전에서 우리의 바다를 지켜내는 최초의 승전을 거두었습니다. 우리의 시선은 더 넓은 곳으로 향했습니다. 그것은 바로 드넓은 바다를 우리 손으로 만든 군함으로 지키는 것입니다. 마침내 우리의 기술로 국산 전투함 시대를 열었고, 수상, 수중, 항공의 입체 전력을 갖추어 한 단계 더 도약했습니다. 한국형 구축함 광개토 대왕함에서 대형 수송함 독도함, 이지스 구축함 세종 대왕함, 중형 잠수함 도산 안창호함, 신형 이지스 구축함 정조 대왕함에 이르기까지 이제 해군은 국가 정책을 힘으로 뒷받침할 수 있는 해양 강군의 면모를 갖추어 나가고 있습니다. 바다에서 오는 적은 바다에서 막아야 한다. 해군과 해병대는 위기의 순간마다 우리의 바다를 굳건히 수호해 왔습니다. 하지만 한반도를 둘러싼 안보 상황의 불확실성은 가중되고 있습니다. 북한의 핵과 미사일 위협은 거세지고 있으며 우크라이나 사태는 국제 정세의 긴장감을 더욱 고조시키고 있습니다. 이러한 안보 위협은 바다에 집중되고 있어 해양 안보의 중요성은 나날이 증가하고 있습니다. 특히 수출입 물동량의 99.8%가 바다를 통해 이루어지는 우리에게 있어 바다는 반드시 지켜내야 할 생명선입니다.
저 넓고 푸른 바다에 우리의 미래가 달려 있습니다. 우리 함께 담대한 미래를 향한 힘찬 항해에 나섭시다. 여러분 모두가 신해양강국 대한민국 호위 선장입니다.
신해양 강국 건설을 위해 우리 해군은 해양 강군으로 거듭나야 합니다. 이를 위해 어떠한 상황에서도 싸우면 반드시 이길 수 있도록 전방위 상시 대비 태세를 확립하겠습니다. 강하고 실전적인 교육 훈련과 행동화를 통해 연합 합동 작전의 완전성을 제고하여 적이 도발하면 현장에서 승리로 작전을 종결짓겠습니다. 해군은 국방혁신 4.0에 주도적으로 참여하면서 첨단 과학기술 기반의 해양 강군을 건설하고 있습니다. AI를 적용한 해양 유무인 복합체계로 미래 해군 전력을 건설하고 고도화하겠습니다. 해군은 시대 흐름과 환경 변화에 발맞춰 투명하고 효율적인 부대 운영을 해나가고 있습니다. 장병이 체감할 수 있는 근무 환경을 만들고 사기와 복지 여건 향상을 더욱 가속화하겠습니다. 해군 특성에 부합하는 안전 시스템을 구축하여 안전을 확보한 가운데 임무를 완수하는 해군을 만들 것입니다. 해군은 국민에게 신뢰를 주는 해군 문화 정착에도 매진하고 있습니다. 군 기강이 확립된 가운데 존중, 배려, 소통하는 근무 여건을 만들고 장병 기본권과 인권, 양성평등이 보장되는 스마트 해군 문화를 정립하겠습니다. 이제 신해양 강국에 우리 모두의 꿈을 담아 힘차게 항진해 나가겠습니다. 충무공 이순신 제독의 필사즉생, 필생즉사의 정신으로 싸우면 반드시 이기는 필승 해군, 국민에게 신뢰를 주는 정의 해군이 되어 대한민국의 자유와 평화, 번영을 바다에서 힘으로 뒷받침하겠습니다. 국민과 함께하는 위대한 항해, 해양 강국, 해양 강군.
We set sail to a brighter future with our people. Victorious Navy, elite Navy. For my country and people, I devote my life. The forefather of the Navy, Admiral Son Won-il, realized early on that the sea is the future. November 11th, 1945, the pioneers of the Rock Navy with Admiral Son had only one belief. Our sea will be safeguarded with our own hands. The Marine Defense Group became the first branch of the Korean Armed Forces, the Rock Navy. Even without a single warship, our forefathers did not give up. Sailors donated their wages while the spouses of officers earned money with their own hands by sewing. And with people's support, the Navy acquired its very first warship, BUSAN, establishing confidence in victory. On the night of June 25th, 1950, the country's fate hangs by a thread. BUSAN set sail for the East Sea with an urgent order, won her first victory from the engagement with an armed North Korean transport ship that was advancing south. Our horizons expanded towards the future to safeguard our vast ocean with indigenous vessels. With our technology, we transitioned to an era of indigenous warships with surface, underwater, and air power. From destroyer Gwanggaeto the Great, landing platform helicopter rockets Tokto, Aegis destroyer Sejong the Great, medium-sized submarine Dosan Anchang-ho, to the new Aegis destroyer rockets Cheongjo the Great. With these new assets, now the Rock Navy took on a maritime power aspect that can support national policy. An enemy at sea needs to be defeated at sea. Rock Navy and Marines always stood strong to safeguard our sea during crisis. However, uncertain security challenges around the peninsula are increasing. North Korea's growing nuclear and missile threat and Ukraine crisis has escalated global tension. Such security threats are largely concentrated at sea, thereby the significance of maritime security is increasing. In particular, 99.8% of ROC's export and import goods are transported through oceans, which is our lifeline.
저 넓고 푸른 바다에 우리의 미래가 달려 있습니다. 우리 함께 담대한 미래를 향한 힘찬 항해에 나섭시다. 여러분 모두가 신해양왕국 대한민국 호위 선장입니다.
The Navy must become a strong maritime force in order to build a new maritime power. We pledge to forge an all-domain combat readiness posture to win in any circumstances. Through a robust and practical education, training, and execution, we enhance integrity of combined and joint operations to bring a victory in case of any provocations. The Navy has been participating in Revolution in Military Affairs 4.0 while building a cutting-edge science and technology-based strong maritime force. We will build our future Navy forces by applying artificial intelligence to maritime manned and unmanned systems, and will solidify and upgrade Smart Navy as well as Smart Marine. In line with the change of environment and new era, the Navy is managing units in a transparent and efficient way. Upon improving work conditions for sailors, we accelerate the morale and welfare of our troops. We will establish a safety system in accordance with current Navy characteristics to ensure the capability to accomplish our missions. The Republic of Korea Navy strives to enhance trust in the Navy culture. While ensuring strong military discipline, we provide a workplace where people care, respect, and communicate. We will establish a smart Navy culture guaranteeing human rights and gender equality for our sailors. Now, we will set sail with everyone's dream in new maritime power. With Admiral Lee Sun-shin's spirit, those who seek death shall live, those who seek life shall die. When we fight, we win. Victorious Navy. People place their trust in the elite Navy. We will be the linchpin of the sea to support freedom, peace, and stability of the Republic of Korea. Let us start our great odyssey. Strong maritime nation. Strong maritime forces.
(4차) 산업혁명 시대의 도래에 따른 과학기술의 혁신적인 발전은 전쟁 패러다임의 변화를 요구하고 있습니다. 정보통신 및 지휘통제 분야의 발전은 전장인식, 기능 및 전장 공간의 확장을 가속화시키고 있습니다. 미래전은 다음과 같은 양상으로 전개될 것입니다. 전장 영역이 해상, 지상, 공중, 우주, 사이버 공간으로 더욱 확대될 것이며 모든 전투 요소들이 초연결됨에 따라 부대를 자유롭게 편성하여 전 영역을 넘나드는 다영역의 동시통합전이 수행될 것입니다. USV, UAV, UUV 등 무인체계가 폭넓게 운용되어 유무인체계가 융합된 복합전 양상으로 전개될 것이며 인명피해 최소화 및 저비용의 효과 극대화를 지향하는 무인체계의 발전이 더욱 두드러질 것입니다. 정보통신 기술 기반 첨단 네트워크를 활용한 통합 정밀 타격전이 일반화될 것이며 SLBM, 극초음속 미사일, 고출력 레이저 무기, 초공동 어뢰 등 치명성을 갖춘 무기 체계가 보편화될 것입니다. 전평시 및 전후방의 구분이 모호하며 전투원, 비전투원 등 전투 수행자도 다양화되어 전방위적으로 모든 수단이 동원되는 하이브리드전 양상으로 전개될 것입니다. 해군은 미래전 양상에 대비한 다양한 역할이 요구됩니다. 북한은 군사적으로 핵, WMD, 미사일, 잠수함 등 비대칭 전력을 증강하고 있습니다. 이에 해군은 첨단 무기와 유무인 복합체계를 중심으로 해양 기반 핵 WMD 대응체계 구축, 수중 킬체인을 구축하여 조기 해양 통제권을 확보해야 합니다. 한반도 주변국들은 해군력을 비약적으로 증강하고 있으며 그 영향력을 확대하고 있습니다. 해군은 국가 이익, 해양 주권, 권익 침해를
네, 여러분 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session 2 of the symposium will begin shortly. Please come inside the hall and take a seat.
이 군사적 위협에 대해 능동적으로 대응하고 국가의 생존과 번영에 직결되는 해상 교통로를 적극적으로 보호해야 하며 우리 국민의 안전한 해양 활동을 보장해야 합니다.
네, 제16회 국제
16th International Seapower Symposium. The afternoon session will begin shortly, so please come inside the hall and take a seat. And also, please check your cell phone and turn it into on a vibrant or silent mode, please. And also, for the afternoon session, we will have the simultaneous interpretation on the table. You may see the transmitters. Channel number 1 English and channel number 2 is for Korean. And also, after you use the transmitter, please leave it on the table.
네, 본 심포지엄 오후 세션
And the afternoon session will begin shortly, so everyone please come inside the hall and take a seat, please. And the lunch is a bit delayed and we are a bit behind the schedule, about 10 minutes. So we have presenters and the panelists waiting, so everyone please come inside the hall and take a seat.
네, 거듭 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come inside the hall and take a seat. And we have a few changes to the seating arrangement, so please check your name plate. And also for the moderator and the panelists, also please come up to the stage for the afternoon session.
네, 글로벌 중추국가
To be the global pivotal state, we are now talking about the sea power development. To become a global pivotal state, Professor Kim Sung-soo, the moderator for the second session, and the presenters and the panelists, please come up to the stage.
네, 자 이번 세션 두 분의
And we have two presenters and the discussants for the presentation. And to have rich discussion, we need your cooperation. Please, everyone, take a seat.
as we'll soon begin the session 2 of the symposium. Thank you. So again, ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats because our moderator and speakers on stage is now ready. 자, 이제 자장님을 비롯한 패널 여러분.
Now the moderators and the panelists are ready and the speakers are ready.
If you all please be seated. Yes. 자, 이제 오후 세션, 분과 세션입니다. 시작.
The afternoon session 2 will begin shortly. The session 2 will be about the Seapower development to become a global pivotal state. We'll have presentations and discussions, and we have the presenters and discussants on the stage. And for the session 2, the Professor Kim Sung-soo will moderate the session. He is the professor of the Hanyang University of the Politics and Diplomacy, and he's also the director of the Institute of the Country Strategy at Hanyang University. And please, moderator, introduce our speakers and the panelists. Please welcome them with a big round of applause, please.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sung-soo Kim, professor of the Department of Political Science of Hanyang University. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, as we are a little bit behind our schedule, and I guess that many of you did not have enough time to enjoy your lunch. And of course, if you rush in having your lunch, then it might make you doze off later on, right? So I have already asked the panelists to be, well, in a way of being provocative, more to make you wake up. And I would like to introduce speakers and also panelists. The first speaker is In-hyun Kim, professor of Korean University and also director of the Maritime Law Center. And next speaker is a professor of Indo-Naval War College, Professor Kupurit Kurana, and also senior fellow of the National Maritime Foundation. And we have 4 discussants. The first discussant is Chi Ping-hu, professor of National University of Malaysia and also member of the Consultative Council on Foreign Policy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next discussant is Robert Kelly, professor of political science and diplomacy at BUSAN National University. He has achieved a PhD in political science at Ohio University in the US. Next discussant is Chung Hwan Lee, professor of Seoul National University and also director of Maritime Security Research Department at Future Warfare Research Institute. And the next discussant is Koo Yeon-jung, professor of Gangwon National University, teaching political science and diplomacy, chairman of the U.S. Research Division of the Korean Association of International Studies. So, I have presented you, the presenters and discussants. And I'm sure you already have a full of understanding about why the Indo-Pacific strategies is important during the first session. I think more than anything else, why are we talking about Indo-Pacific strategy? Many people think that, there's a threat posed upon us, but I think we mainly talked about China in that sense. And I think we cannot definitely say China is posing a threat to us, but I'm sure there's a reasonable ground to suspect that way. So from 1978, China achieved dramatic economic development, and one of the reasons behind is that they had the power from the population. They had enough labor, and also they had enough energy sources and also food resources. And as they have one social system, they just could spearhead with their system. As you all know, yes, China is facing with the decreasing number of population, and the U.S. is not backing up China anymore. And also, the political system is tilted to just one man system in China. So when it comes to that we have to make choices, then we can think of the Indo-Pacific strategies as one way. Or maybe we can look for ways to peacefully coexist all together, right? In this sense, we are going to attend the first presentation, which will be delivered by In-hyun Kim, Professor of Korea University and Director of the Maritime Law Center. You have about 15 to 20 minutes for your presentation.
Professor In-hyun Kim from the Korea University. The official language in international conference is English. However, almost all of audience is Korean. For the benefit of the Korean audience, I would like to speak in Korean rather than English. 여러분 반갑습니다. 저는
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is again In-hyun Kim, Professor of Korea University and also Director of the Maritime Law Center and also Head of the Advisory Committee to provide the consultation to the Ministry of Fisheries. And yes, today's symposium is hosted by the Navy. As I myself used to be a major, it is all the more pleasant to attend the symposium hosted by the Navy. I'm going to spend about 15 to 20 minutes for my presentation. My presentation will be delivered from the perspectives of the private sector, and the title of my presentation is Building Regional Cooperative System to Strengthen Sea Power. As you all know, Korea is a peninsula state, and the east and the west and the south meet the sea. And when we talk about sea power, I believe that it is reasonable to see sea power as a sum of the private sector and the public sector. So during the peacetime, like now, I believe that more importance has been placed on the private sector than the public sector. But during the wartime, I believe that more emphasis will be placed on the public sector. But still, during the peacetime, there are the Navy and also Korea Coast Guard, all of which are protecting us to secure the national security. That's why naval power is so important. So in this sense, I would like to thank the generals and also high-ranking officials from the Navy for taking your precious time to attend the symposium. And also my thanks go to the men and women of the Navy from other countries. So I would like to touch upon the concept of sea power and what it means. The regional state means, and also I would like to examine cooperation and conflict at sea with the regional state. And then I also would like to suggest cooperative measures on how to enhance sea power with regional states. All the things that I'm about to deliver to you is, as I'm not a researcher who are conducting research on this, I'm a rather person from shipping industry, the very person who have been involving in this shipping industry for the last 40 years. So I would like to present my ideas and opinions from my personal experiences. So on your left-hand side, you see the picture of myself that when I went to the industry to get hands-on experience and in the industry as our TC, and for about 3 years of time, yes, I went on board and worked during the University of Maritime. And also on your right-hand side is the southern part, the seashore of Korea. And the very northern part of the Gyeongsang-bukdo, there's the Manho, the strait, a lake. And that was the venue for the generals during the Imjin War, the invasion of Japan to Korea. And there's a Chuksan Island. It used to be an island, and that was the point where so many Japanese invaded Korea. And from 1834, there was the guard, the Boxer Guard Center was established. And as the Chief of Naval Operations, they invited me to this venue. I just wanted to mention that I'm also very closely related to Navy. And when we talk about sea power, I'm sure you already know what it is. It includes both the public sector and the private sector. And of course, the public sector includes naval power and Coast Guard power. When we talk about the private aspect of the sea power, that would include the shipping industry, shipbuilding industry, fishing industry, and shipping finance, and marine insurance, and marine science. And also those activities in the private sector are all reflected in the GDP. Hence, the bigger the sea-related GDP is, the stronger the sea power is. So I believe that in this way, sea power is a sum of both the public sector and also the private sector, and plus people's affinity and support for shipping industry should also be seen as another element of sea power. Then, what are regional states? I believe that we are talking about relative concept here. Yes, we talked a lot about Indo-Pacific strategy. So many people really raise the questions about whether the India is really our regional state or not. But as time goes by, the concept of a regional state can be changed. I believe that Japan and China, Taiwan, Northeast Russia, and the Philippines and Indonesia are regional states to South Korea. And if we look at the Pacific Ocean, Australia, New Zealand, and United States, and Canada can also be our regional state. But in terms of the political aspect, China is not. And also, when we assume that there will be a blockade of the Taiwan Strait, if that really happens, then China could be a hostile state to Korea. But I believe that still China is a country that we need to cooperate with each other for the export and also import. And then I would like to briefly touch upon cooperation, competition, and conflict between regional states based on my personal experiences. I would like to give you the examples of a cooperation. There are regular liners and also passenger ships. So there are many regular liners and passenger ships going back and forth between Korea, Japan, and Korea, China. And there's a system called the port state control. When it comes to warship, when our warship enters Japan, Japan cannot never go on board on the ship of Korea. Even if the ship is regarded as a moving territory, there's a need for looking inside the ship. Only the flag states can inspect the interior of the ships. So we have a system called Port State Control, and we have signed a Tokyo MOU because there's a need for us to look into the ships. So when our ships entered your territory, it is okay for you to look into the ship for the safety of everyone. So this system is in place. So this could be a very good example of cooperation among neighboring countries. And next, I would like to touch upon the operation of irregular liners. You see the picture of Hanjin, the company, to Saudi Arabia. There are sea lanes that our cargo ships take. And yes, the line shows that our vessels will reach Los Angeles. Of course, these regular liners are very much capital intensive. There are not many countries which operate regular liners over transport or cargoes. At least there has to be 8 and to go to the US and at least 12 to go to the EU. So what happens is that 3 countries come together and then run the vessels. Taiwan, Germany, and Japan come together with Korea, signing up the alliance. So there are 2 vessels from each country and also operate the vessels in turn. And at least 2 vessels depart from the port of Busan. This is also a very good example of cooperation among different countries. And also, I would like to mention about the relationship between Korea and Japan for imports and exports. After the outbreak of Kobe earthquake, all the good ports were gone. So they do not have ports big enough to occupy big vessels. So what they do is that they use feed ships, relatively smaller ones, and then they send it to the port of Busan. And then H&M will transport a cargo, or Dawon would transport the cargo. It means the port of Busan is being provided to Japan. Again, this is a very good example of cooperation between the countries. And I would like to talk to you about hiring sailors from other countries. So the owner of the ship in Korea, sometimes they register themselves with other third countries. So it means that they can hire sailors from other countries. The same can be said of Japan, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Myanmar, the countries that provides us with sailors. And next, I would like to move on to the example of competition and conflict. When it comes to the shipbuilding industry, it's been over 10 years since we topped the list in this industry. And of course, it's long been that we are in competition with Japan and also China recently. And Japan is lagging behind, and they even went on to file a lawsuit against Korea at WTO to prevent us from catching up. And also for fish population, we do have a tuna quotas system because the tuna is one of the species that needs to be protected. So the international society agreed to enforce a quota system for fishes. As the water temperature rises, tuna start to move to the East Sea of Korea from Taiwan. And as we do not have much quota given by the international community, already caught tuna had to be thrown away last year. So we had to talk to the Pacific community and to ask for more quota. But of course, other countries with a bigger quota would like to maintain the existing quota, which can cause potential conflict. And in 1984, UNCLOS created exclusive economic zones. Shipping industry, the Navy, and for the fishing industry, this is very good. So this EEZ is about granting exclusive rights to the territorial country. So it means that fish from our territorial waters cannot be caught by other countries. But it used to be public waters before, so any ship could come near us and catch a fish, but that is no longer the case. So in 1998, Japan and Korea signed a renewed version of a fishery agreement. So it was around this area. It used to be in public water, so our ships went there and freely caught fish. But now this area is belonging to the territorial waters of Japan, and there are 200 nautical miles, and there's an overlapping part. That's why we do have a middle ground under the EEZ. And then the rest is divided into territorial waters for Japan and also Korea. So Korean ships can go to the Japan territorial waters, and we negotiated about the quota that we can catch a fish. But this negotiation has been pending because the Japan side never appeared on the negotiation table. The next is something that the Navy would be highly interested, which is about sea lanes. So the shipping industry provides the transportation of goods with the ships sailing across the sea, right? So vessels need to take the safest and most economical sea lanes. It is not that vessels just can go any way they want on the sea. And we have to go through the Malacca Strait to reach Japan and Korea, like this. And there's a Ba-Sea Strait between Taiwan, or either between Taiwan and China sometimes. But as the tensions between China and Taiwan escalate, the Taiwan Strait and Ba-Sea Channel are in danger of blockade, making related countries in the region to prepare something for such a scenario. I would like to tell you how to enhance the cooperation between countries. Of course, we have to ensure routes of transportation in contingencies. Korea imports approximately 70 trillion won and also exports the same every year. The export volume reached 60 trillion Korean won last year. I think it really demonstrates how important the shipping industry is for Korea, right? So the sea lane is very important to us, and we can use the sea lanes because the Navy safely protects the sea lanes for us. Either crude oil that comes to Yeosu port or all other ports were loaded from the Middle East and coming through the Malacca Strait or Ba-Sea Channel to reach Korea. And just in case China tries to blockade the Taiwan Strait or Ba-Sea Channel, then what will happen? As the captain, according to my experiences, the very good alternative to this sea lane will be to go through Lombok Strait. But the distance is longer by 1,270 miles. The period of sail will increase by 3 days, approximately 3.5 days or 3 days. It means that can cause inflation, because then we'll have to put more vessels, then there'll be less vessels available, and the charge will go up. And also, again, that will lead to a surge of the oil price. I would like to share with you 2 images. Do you see red arrow here? That's the Lombok Strait. It's Singapore here, Malacca Strait here. And why do we have to travel this far? We do not have any other choice but to go through the Ba-Sea Channel. But I believe that going through the Lombok Strait is better than that one. Let me turn to the next page. It is just my personal idea. If China threatens to block the Taiwan Strait and Barsi Channel, then Japan and Korea will hit hardest by that. Then we can really leverage the cards of blocking the Jeju Strait and also Taiwan Strait and also Tsugaru Strait. Then China will have to go down, going around that area. If we cooperate with Japan, I'm sure you know about Tsugaru Strait, because when our commercial vessels set sail, they have to go through Tsugaru Strait. And then they have to go through Tsugaru Strait and travel to the north. So maybe Korea and Japan can come together to block this area, only leaving China to travel down, which will take them at least 3 to 4 days longer. So I think we can use this as a leverage to negotiate with China. And when we register our vessels, it is general to register that onto the third country. So if they say no Korean ships, no Japan ships, then we can register our ships on Panama or the Malacca, because they do not have any hostile relations with China, so we'll be able to travel still through that strait. It is from my personal experiences. The same can be said of Japan. When they closing the Hormuz Strait, I think it really hit Korea and Japan hard. When I was the third grade captain of a ship, it is called Arabian Gulf, Saudi Arabia Gulf. From the Persian Gulf, the crude oil was loaded, and there's a place called Yanbu. And this is where the storage tank is stored. So throughout the year, oil was transported to store in this tank. So the U.S. made a massive tank so that they do not have any difficulties even the Hormuz Strait is closed. So the U.S. have installed a storage tank next to Yanbu. I did not personally check whether it is still there or not, but if the U.S. still has a storage tank in Yanbu, then Korea and also Japan could sign an agreement to utilize or borrow in contingencies. And I asked personally to the general who came from the Saudi Arabian Navy, but he said that there's no longer, and there's a pipeline which is also linked to the Red Sea, right? I think we can really stay safe from these contingencies by signing agreement. And I think I need about 5 minutes more. Sorry for technical difficulties. We can also use the benefits of the division of labor with Taiwan. We can import the products which were manufactured in a cheaper price in other countries and export it again. I think thanks to the benefit of a division of labor, the global economy could grow. I think we also need to use that and we have competitive edge in terms of Korean register and Korean PNI, and also Taiwan has competitive edge for regular lines of containers. And also I would like to briefly mention the law on cabotage in the US. Normally, the US only allows domestically constructed vessels to transport cargo to inner port. So the foreign vessels can never reach from Sokcho port to another port in the Korea. The same can be said over the US. From east to the west, the cabotage is applied, and also there are so many cabotage law applied. But thanks to the law of the Johnson, that's what it is applied. And also for the construction of the ships, only vessels which were constructed in the US can be put into domestic operation. But as the shipbuilding industry is dying, the cost for shipbuilding is quite costly. But the shipbuilding industry is advanced in Korea. As Korea is a friendly nation of the US, we can ask the US to really allow the domestic operation or shipbuilding for them. Next, I would like to move on to training and using more of the seafarers and pilots. So the certificate for these experts are globally recognized, as Korea is slightly advanced than other countries, India, Vietnam, which are English-speaking countries. We can import many seafarers and have them here. Vietnam and also Indian seafarers can also be sent to Japan or exported to Japan as well. I would like to touch upon distress relief and container boxes management. So it is very rare to witness a salvage ship. But when a vessel is in distress during sail, a salvage ship needs to come out to the scene for distress, but it is very costly to run it. So there are only 3 companies, 2 in Netherlands and 1 in Japan, which operate a salvage ship. For the sake of cooperation among regional states, of course, India is a bit distant. We can talk about Malaysia and Taiwan and China to establish a salvage company and share the cost. I also would like to talk to you about container boxes management. So all the exported items need to be contained in container boxes. And carrier and transporter needs to provide container boxes. If container boxes are sent to the US, then we need to bring them back to Korea, right, to fill it up with the items to be exported. But bring them back is extremely difficult because the container boxes are scattered all over the places in the US in that case. So each company needs to collect them back, which is very costly. So maybe we need to really invite Taiwan and Japan to come together along with Korea to co-manage container boxes. So it is like a joint management system for container boxes, which will help us save costs. It is very hard to turn to the next page with this remote control. I have a couple of pages to go, but I think I better just wrap up here. What's important is that when there's a contingency for the sea lane, I think Korea and Japan need to come together to talk about also use the Tsugaru Strait and all of the straits as a bargaining power against China. And also we can talk about exporting seafarers and also pilots from other countries. When many countries come together, I think that in terms of sea power, that will really enhance our sea power in a collective manner. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. So it was about the importance of the sea routes and the public and the private realms. So I think it's also about protecting the sea lanes and fighting against the piracy. In all this, the sea power is important, and to enhance that, I think the cooperation is also really important. Thank you for your presentation. Now we'll move on to the second presentation. Professor Guprina, who will present on
stability and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. She is a very distinguished scholar, and she is very specialized in Indo-Pacific strategy. I think she is forerunner of those kind of issues raised in India. So please have your presentation.
Thank you so much. I will begin straight away to save time, and I speak with a sense of humility. Because it is not for me as an Indian to say what the ROK Navy should or should not do in the Indo-Pacific. But sometimes some well-wisher who looks from the outside can see things differently and provide an alternative view and fresh perspectives. So with that thought, I will begin. There is no doubt now, after intensive discussions that we have had since the morning, that South Korea has tremendous potential to play the role of a major role in the Indo-Pacific peace and security. It has lately faced a dilemma regarding its role amid the increasing major power competition in the region. About less than 2 years back, myself and one South Korean scholar, Jesse Rue, we had done a project for the KIMS, and we had recommended that South Korea must support the Indo-Pacific concept. And so we were really very happy in December last year when we saw that Korea had indeed promulgated this strategy, which is actually a blueprint to be implemented in harmony with Korea's regional partners, and where the ROK Navy will play a key role to shape the regional environment, the balance of power, maintenance of freedom of navigation, and also to deter potential adversaries. But before coming specifically to the ROK Navy's role, I want to give you my thoughts about the higher purpose that the ROK Navy is serving with regard to South Korea's geopolitical objectives. I'm sorry, I forgot to show you this slide. This is the project that we had done in 2021 August. So continuing from there, I assume, like most other democracies, South Korea's highest national objective is to achieve prosperity and well-being of its citizens. Now, this is being done by attaining South Korea's internal as well as external goals. The external goals are all geopolitical objectives, whether they are geo-economic or they are non-geo-economic. National unification and hard national security is certainly the most critical prerequisite for South Korea, as it has been for India ever since India gained its independence, when it encountered hostile neighbors, Pakistan and China. Notwithstanding South Korea's continued focus on military security, its national policymakers have realized that the country needs to look beyond these, as India itself did some decades ago. Now, for understanding how South Korea will do this, we first need to understand South Korea's strategic geography, which is represented by the prefix geo. The prefix geo refers to South Korea's strategic geography, which means its natural geography overlaid with its maritime and overseas interests. So that is the difference between strategic geography and real geography. South Korea's natural geography is similar to the peninsular geographies of Italy and India. It is very favorable in geopolitical terms. And we all know that all three, South Korea, Italy, and India, are civilizational powers that used their favorable strategic geographies to wield influence in their respective areas in different historic times. This is not changed. India and South Korea could not continue doing this because of the overwhelming influence of the Western colonial powers. But this is not the case anymore. But then natural geography is not completely favorable to South Korea and also not to India. Just like India, South Korea is virtually an island country. That is my view. This is largely due to the geopolitical barriers to its landward connectivity to the north. And that is why, like India, South Korea needed a geostrategic reorientation across the oceans. And just like Australia, for that matter, as Professor Gordon Flake mentioned this morning, Australia's northern tilt. To meet its geopolitical objectives, therefore, South Korea now has a broader national strategy based on its national policy directives. Some of these directives are global pivotal state and strategic autonomy. The others, which are below in blue color, they represent South Korea's geostrategic reorientation or geostrategic tilt, as I mentioned just now. New Southern Policy, Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative, and Indo-Pacific Strategy itself. Now these are similar to India's Act East policy and even its Indo-Pacific vision. These are policy reorientations by strong national leaders who have realized that their national interests are rapidly expanding to maritime spaces and overseas much beyond their national territories. South Korea's geostrategic reorientation is also a recognition by its national leadership that its area of geopolitical interest, which is same as the geostrategic frontier, has been expanding. South Korea's recent Indo-Pacific strategy makes it clear that its geostrategic frontier has expanded from Northwest Pacific to South China Sea and eastwards to the Indian Ocean region, which is the entire Indo-Pacific region. South Korea needs to wield influence within this geostrategic frontier to be able to shape the outcome of events here to preserve its vital interests. Now the logical question which emerges is, how does South Korea do this? South Korea must use all forms of its comprehensive national power as tools of influence to influence and change the outcome of events in the Indo-Pacific region to its favor. We all know how countries have used economic power as leverage. The same is true for all forms of national power, including military power. So, if we talk about military power, it is not only the insurance during crisis or war, but it also has an important peacetime role when it acts as an instrument of foreign policy to shape the geopolitical environment. Now, I think this will make it very clear, this context, the national strategic context, for me to suggest what the ROK Navy should do in furthering Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy. But first, the broader approach of the ROK Navy. When I compared the Indo-Pacific strategies of the US and South Korea, I found that the two were quite similar in terms of ensuring freedom of navigation, rules-based order, and so on in the Indo-Pacific region. But there were some major dissimilarities as well. South Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy sought inclusiveness, including with regard to China, which from the Indian perspective is a good thing. And I can say the same from the Japanese perspective after listening to Professor Mii Oba from Japan this morning. Therefore, when the ROK Navy conforms to the national policies like global pivotal state and new southern policy, it would be better if its actions are inclusive to China and also not non-provocative to China and North Korea. For instance, ROK Navy's participation in the US freedom of navigation operations or even military assertions in Taiwan Strait may be useful to the Americans and the others, but from the perspective of South Korean national interest, I do not think that that will be constructive. The rules of engagement for the ROK Navy, therefore, must be tailored for de-escalation or at least status quo. Unless and until the operational scenario changes and the assessment demands an escalatory posture. Until that happens, the ROK Navy may need to play merely a persuasive and a dissuasive role with regard to China and North Korea, including through participating in combined naval exercises such as RIMPAC with other partners singularly like Japan, India, Australia, ASEAN, and including the European navies, also to develop interoperability for collective responses to any regional crisis, and even overseas port visits are valuable, and as Professor Gordon Flake said this morning, it's valuable for deterring China, for building of interoperability, and even trust among Indo-Pacific partners. Let us now go into the more functional aspects. MDA is the most critical prerequisite for the ROK Navy to undertake stability operations in the Indo-Pacific region, like law enforcement and humanitarian missions. Of course, the Coast Guard also comes in, but the Navy will be important for such missions which are far away from the Korean Peninsula. For this, some analysts have argued that South Korea should join the Quad's Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative, the IPMDA, and maybe even the Quad itself. Now, given South Korea's strengths in technology, including space technology, I am sure this would be very valuable for the Quad. But again, at present, I think South Korea's direct involvement in the IPMDA may not be in its national interest. That is because the focus of IPMDA on illegal fishing, which is of course for a common good, but it is clearly and directly aimed against China, at least from Beijing's perspective. Therefore, South Korea could begin by developing its own MDA structure based on suitable models worldwide. A few months ago, We submitted a study report to KIMS on this. The essentials of such MDA structure would be technology-driven sensors integrated by a fiber optic cable communication network with all data coming from the various sources to the central data fusion center, which will have an intelligent decision support software to sift and separate actionable intelligence. Now, this could be supplemented by linking the national data center to the regional info fusion centers such as in Singapore and India, and also through wide shipping information exchange agreements with regional states. Let me give you an example of, very briefly, India's MDA structure. This is just a brief overview. So it has the national C3I network, which is an OFC-based communication network. This MDA structure was developed after the 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack. And so it has, it's the same thing what I just said. It has various sources which are all given there. And it has a data center, the National MDA Center, which is now called IMAC. And now it has also got the Information Fusion Center for the Indian Ocean region, which is, both of them together are the nerve centers, and they have the decision support software, and all the actionable information is passed on to the Naval and Coast Guard response centers and whatever they have to do. And India's MDA architecture is supported by wide shipping information exchange agreements. The Indian government has given the approval to the Indian Navy to forge 36 such agreements with 36 countries, and South Korea is one of them, although it's still work in progress. And then we are building links with the other regional IFCs such as Singapore and some in Africa. And of course, India is also part of the IPMDA initiative. Next is the presence and surveillance missions, which means the ROK Navy must have presence in all areas of the Indo-Pacific region. How do you decide that, how you prioritize that, is of course a matter of a great detail and a great assessment. The ROK Navy is already there in the Western Indian Ocean of the Gulf of Aden, and we all know that. Now, this is also necessary for flag showing, diplomacy and influence, for strategic level MDA, and also for stability operations like maritime law enforcement, which, as I said, anti-piracy is just that, and humanitarian missions as and when they may come up. And for such humanitarian missions, the reaction time will be very low. So the ROK Navy already has the essential capacity for these missions, except that some new concepts need to be developed and a little more capacity. For instance, sustaining these warships for a long period, the logistic support of fuel and water by the Soyang class tankers may be inadequate. So overall, two key requirements have to be achieved for the ROK Navy. Firstly, enhancing sea endurance, and secondly, to ensure that the preparedness of all the warships for military missions is not diluted. For this, let me give you these two options from the example of the Indian Navy. First is hairpin bends. So this is a model which the Chinese Navy is also adopting, that you send 2 or 3 destroyers to Gulf of Aden and then you call them back and you send another set of ships. But this doesn't work out very well, as the Indian Navy has experienced, because there's a limitation of fleet tankers. What will happen when the ships have to have extended maintenance? And then you need consorts for exercises so that your preparedness for military missions is preserved. So now we have gone to the second model, which is permanent bubbles. So the ships are rotated on station. The maintenance breaks are provided by the OTR agreements that the Indian Navy has with other countries overseas in the Indo-Pacific region to provide fuel, water, and rations. And so the containerized workshops and major stores are pre-positioned there in those places. And the ROK Navy can do the same thing. And in the future, our tankers are also not good enough. They only give water and fuel and some rations, some food supplies. You have to have bigger ships to give you everything, including your spare parts, your ammunition, your medical services. All that will be done when the FSS is the fleet support ship. When it comes, they are being built indigenously, 3 of them. And then we have exercises with the foreign navies because they give us consort, whether open coast or blue water consorts. And then, of course, the ROK Navy is already doing this issue about the counter-piracy operations. So the only recommendation is that we need not expend highly sophisticated ships for these missions. There should be large warships capable of carrying helicopters and special forces, but they should be low cost because there is a lot of degradation of equipment as the Indian Navy has realized. And then there is an issue about the task of mine clearance mission as and when that may be required, for which dedicated MCM vessels can be developed, or you can have MCM suites on the low-cost warships. And then you have to have humanitarian missions. For the search and rescue, of course, the Navy should be supporting the Coast Guard, but the kind of highly sophisticated platforms that we are using, the Indian Navy, just like the P-3I Poseidon aircraft, it's a big ruin on that resource, and which is a great thing that the Koreans have invented the concept of using drones, which is, I think, an eye-opener and something which the Indian Navy needs to learn and share technology. So you need big ships like the Doctor class for HADR. Indian Navy itself has faced this problem. The Navy did not want to go in for LPDs because they associated LPDs with the Western colonial powers and the hegemonistic expeditionary designs. But the tsunami in the Indian Ocean in December 2004 demonstrated how the US LPD did so much in terms of landing cranes, bulldozers, water refining equipment, which we did not have the capacity. So interestingly, within 2 years, we bought USS Trenton and we commissioned it into the Indian Navy. You need a similar capability for NEO. Maybe South Korea does not have a great need for non-combatant evacuation operations because there are not many South Koreans living and working abroad, like, for instance, India has in the Middle East. But then this capability is important because it will showcase South Korea's willingness and the image of being a major power. And similarly, you can have a hospital ship. We have also recommended, I have recommended myself, this for the Indian Navy. They should have hospital ship for overseas medical missions. And this is my last slide, I guess. Sorry, I'm pressing the wrong button. So the last issue is constructive maritime engagement. This is all about capability building and capacity, hardware capacity building of the regional navies so that they can fend for themselves, so that the balance of power will be maintained in the region. It needs a whole of government approach, but the ROK Navy should take the lead, just like the Indian Navy has been taking the lead in that concept, what the Indian Navy calls as constructive maritime engagement. And the Indian Navy is capitalizing on its own strengths, which lies in doctrines, training, hydrography. Similarly, the ROK Navy can play on its strengths like technology, shipbuilding, and space, and so on. And I will conclude here just by saying that all that is fine, but I would still implore that the ROK Navy should maintain its military preparedness for the worst case scenarios, and as it does that and it is comfortable, it should incrementally increase its capability, capacity and concepts for a greater regional role. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Professor. insightful comment, and also he's provided very detailed information where the Korean Navy to go. And before we start the presentation, we have a very special guest from the Colombia. So the Chief Commander of the Colombian Navy, right? Am I right? Yeah. So she's going to give us some comment regarding the security issues. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to Admiral John Ho Lee, Chief of the Naval Operations of the Royal Navy, for the invitation to MADEX and to this important symposium. As Captain Suk-Jong states in his book, Navigating the Indo-Pacific Arc, the Republic of Korea is one of the most prominent maritime powers. Therefore, is looking to play a significant role in maintaining maritime security in the Indo-Pacific, particularly through its effort to safeguard the sea lines of communication and construct a network of strategic partnerships like Colombia. In this regard, the Republic of Korea as well as Colombia are defined as a pivotal state. South Korea by its size in the Indo-Pacific and Colombia in the Caribbean and Pacific Ocean, in the middle of Americas. Both countries rely on its role as a strategic country for being located close to the two most important choke points, the Malacca Straits and the Panama Canal. Both countries sharing the same maritime perspective and strategy. Maritime security is a paramount for assuring the freedom of the seas through the development of a wide range of naval operations in territorial and jurisdictional waters. Naval modernization is a key to build a capable and flexible naval power that can be projected in the region, making a real deterrence strategy. Lastly, maritime cooperation with other navies, ensuring and strengthening interoperability as a way of succeed in the fight against transnational criminal organizations. Thus, Colombia is a pivotal state that has a multi-role navy which is celebrating the 200 years of anniversary. With a wide experience countering drug trafficking and other maritime threats that gave us the opportunity to share this knowledge with other partners countries like South Korea. Colombian Army and Navy came to be part of the multinational force to fight for the independence of South Korea in 1951. Since then, both countries have kept a very good relationship in many aspects. Due to this long-lasting partnership, we can build an extra-regional security cooperation alliance to maintain the sea line of communication safe and secure. Our goal is to strengthen a strategic partnership in the Indo-Pacific because as a maritime nation, the rivers and sea control will bring prosperity. Through these mechanisms, we strengthen regional and extra-regional security. At the same time, we build a strong deterrence capabilities to develop collectively as a pivotal state. In this slide, we present where the Colombian Navy is today, in Europe, in the Caribbean, in Americas, and also in RIMPAC, and now we are part of the WPNS. In this sense, Colombia's maritime strategy has been defined as a naval pentagon. Through its 5 axes, we perform the 3 main roles that every navy does: the military role, constabulary, and diplomatic. However, the Colombian Navy is a multi-role navy, has defined a 4-role named as a cooperative. This role is the combination of the constabulary and non-kinetic effort to support the national development. The naval pentagon is the mechanism to which Colombian Navy develops about 35 specific tasks in range of naval operation, ensuring protection for defense to fight and counter transnational crimes organizations. Likewise, this strategy allows us to guarantee human security within the country. This is the employment of naval dual capabilities and the political will to do so. So, fulfill and to materialize the maritime strategy, there is the other task of the maritime strategy, the security cooperation projection. As we already mentioned, cooperation is very important to succeed in the fight against transnational criminal organizations. Thus, the establishment of alliance and coalition with other navies, ensuring and strengthening interoperability is very important. That is why Colombia and Korea have kept a good cooperation in terms of security and defense. The cooperation mechanism allows us to exchange and to participate in naval exercises such as Freedom Shield. These kind of exercises and the other naval scenarios where we both share interoperability capabilities gave us the opportunity to cooperate and to strengthen security and defense within the region as a way to assure the freedom of the seas. Thanks to the Korean Navy and the government, we are working to build a capable and flexible naval power. Colombia and South Korea have had agreement to build and to donate naval assets to Colombia. That's why in October 2022, Colombia became an active member state of the Western Pacific Naval Symposium, WPNS. The objective is to create stronger ties with Indo-Pacific countries to continue the fight against transnational criminal organizations. The Colombia's core objective is to cooperate with allied states in the development of maritime interdiction operations. This agreement has been effective in the fight against drug trafficking, and thanks to this, between 2021 and 2022, Colombia seized a total of 676 tons of cocaine and 142 tons of marijuana at seas. Moreover, the aim is not only to counter drugs. We also have other phenomena such as illegal fishing, illegal migration, and smuggling. All these threats require cooperation to be effective. This is why the Colombian Navy, since 2018, launched the Orion Naval Campaign. I take this opportunity to invite Indo-Pacific countries to join us in this great campaign. In the annual report on the monitoring of territories affected by illicit crops 2021, prepared by the Global Illicit Crop Monitoring Program of the United States National Office on Drugs and Crime and the Ministry of Justice and Law, the Orion Naval Campaign is highlighted as one of the actions implemented by Colombia to reduce the amount of cocaine that feeds international markets. The Orion Naval Campaign reflects the fulfillment of the commitment acquired by the Colombian state in multiple international instruments, including those contemplated in the United Nations Convention against illicit traffic in narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances of 1988, in order to deal more effectively with several aspects of illicit drug trafficking. It is noteworthy that Operation Orion continued to be implemented in the midst of the health emergencies caused by COVID-19. The cocaine seizures of the naval campaign Orion number 7 and number 8 affected more than 9,956 million, which directly impact the finances of criminal organizations and their global and their logistical support, representing substantial achievements in the reduction of supply security and public health worldwide. Regarding to the Orion naval campaign, the campaign maintaining the participation of 41 countries. We started with 5 countries, and now we also have 106 institutions, giving continuity to operational coordination in a multilateral manner, closing with the seizure of 172.5 tons of cocaine, 119.3 tons of marijuana, 130 boats, 135,106 gallons of liquid chemical products, and more than 300 tons of solid chemicals for transformation process, and the destruction of 216 laboratories, affecting the finances of the transnational organization crimes structured in $6.8 billion. Likewise, an impact on public health has been achieved by preventing approximately more than 500 million doses from reaching international markets for consumption, thus avoiding more than 170,000 medical emergencies, 86,000 new addicts, and 107 deaths from overdose, and $112 million in additional health expenses. I invite you to strengthen capabilities to increase the maritime domain awareness. 1 month ago, I went to Singapore. 2 new countries are interested to be part of the Orion naval campaign in this side of the planet, Indonesia and Philippines. Yesterday, I had an agreement with the South Korean Coast Guard branch in order they will participate also in the Orion naval campaign with us. As you can see, Colombia is taking strong steps to cooperate with the Indo-Pacific, and that is why Colombia is a good ally of South Korea. Because if we ensure the regional and extra-regional security, both countries will ensure in a cooperative manner its national interest objectives. Thank you for your attention. Selling for the life and development of Colombians and all the humanity, we protect our future. Our motto, our slogan in Colombian Navy is, we protect the blue of our flag. It means we are protecting seas, the Caribbean Sea, also the Pacific. But also we are protecting more than 20,000 kilometers of rivers. But more of taking care of waters at the sea and river, we are protecting people, like also you do in your countries. Thank you for your attention. We protect the blue of our flag. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Commander. She proposed the very constructive cooperative relations between Korea and other countries, and she is very insightful. She is very enthusiastic about cooperation. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, 우리 지금부터 이제
So from now on, we will have the discussion, and we are really behind the schedule, and we are running out of time, and we have a very prestigious discussant. I'm so sorry for not giving you enough time.
So probably 8 minutes is good enough, 8 to 10. So 저기 첫 번째로
So the first discussant.
호쇼핑 교수님은 strategic.
Yes, the first discussant is Chu Ping-ho, and she has great expertise on the matters around the Korean Peninsula, and she'll be followed by discussant Robert Kelly, and he is teaching at the Busan National University. He is highly interested in security. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Comment directly on Professor Kim In-hyun's very good presentation on building regional cooperative system. So I think unlike the previous session where we saw that most of the Korean panelists may be a little bit reserved when it comes to what kind of global role that Republic of Korea and its Navy can play. But I think it is quite ambitious for Professor Kim to outline the public-private domain in the regional cooperative system. Throughout the paper, I think there is a lot of emphasis on the private sector, so meaning economy, business, trade. Those are, of course, utmost important to countries in the Indo-Pacific nowadays. So we need to also look at the economic security nexus that exists in the maritime domain. For example, for maritime trade, so if we don't have a good safety navigation, then we will face a contingency like maritime choke point. So even the Colombian Navy officer just now also presenting the choke point is one of the utmost concern for Pacific countries. So likewise for South Korea, which also have a very integrated trade relations with the Middle Eastern country, which is also a region that is prone to contingency, conflict, and breakout of war. So meaning that South Korea and also South Korean Navy have no choice but to consider security measures when they are implementing their Indo-Pacific strategy. So I would like to also highlight the potential for maritime incidents. So even though Dr. Choi from the previous session highlighted there are other maritime actors such as Marine Police, Coast Guard, in addition to Navy. So I would also like to think that this is a situation for a multiple stakeholder in the maritime domain in the Indo-Pacific region to work together to collaborate. So what kind of architecture would be suitable for us to establish or begin the norm building of safe and stable regional maritime security architecture? Professor Kim has highlighted the rules-based order, a kind of a maritime security architecture that is based on the strategic sea lane of communication, and also building coordination, collaboration, capacity building among the shipbuilding industry, fishery community, the government, and of course with Navy and other maritime actors. So I thought those are really crucial elements to be considered. In addition to what Captain Dr. Gurpreet has also mentioned, so I would just like to make a very quick intervention there, because contingency is also a real concern nowadays. We cannot just ignore that conflict would not flare up, Taiwan Strait would not have any war in the next 5 or 10 years. We should always prepare for it, otherwise when it happens, then we are too late to cope with the consequences, especially given that the Taiwan, the east side of the maritime zone of Taiwan Island is connecting directly to the sea lane into South China Sea, north of Philippines, so which is also crucial for the Republic of Korea. So in that sense, we need to consider the public-private economy and also security dimensions in the regional maritime security architecture. Infrastructure connectivity is extremely crucial. China has a very wide and far out casting net when it comes to infrastructure building, which plays to their strategic and advantage. So for Korea, actually through the New Southern Policy, Korea-India strategic cooperation, so there is already existing framework, so we don't need to build a new one, we just need to rely on the existing pillars, strategies, and framework. ASEAN-Korea has a standardization program that aims at maritime domain, including port, shipping standardization, infrastructure standardization, and many more. So interoperability is another key element for us to look at. So this is not just relevant for the military, the navies of different nations when it comes to conducting joint military exercises, but also in terms of contingency preparation, and also for the private sectors and private stakeholders to be considered as part of the interoperability when it comes to maritime shipping lane, strategic line of communication and more. So I think a successful model that South Korea already enjoy in Southeast Asia with Europe can actually be replicated through to the other parts of the Indo-Pacific. And for that, I have a very optimistic outlook for ROK Navy in the Indo-Pacific cooperative system. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I'd like to thank the Ministry and the Navy for inviting me. Thank you for having me. Okay, so my time is short. So a couple points to Dr. Kim's presentation. Okay, one, I think it's really good that we're now starting to see some attention in South Korea to the vulnerabilities of South Korean sea lines through transportation lines through the South China Sea and the East China Sea. I'm aware, obviously, that strategic and elite actors in South Korea, like the people in this room, are already aware of this. But my sense is, having lived in Korea for 15 years and taught international relations at a big university, that many sort of like regular Koreans on the street are just really not paying attention to this. They're just sort of not aware of it. In the years and years and years I've taught my students, when I talk about this, a lot of my students are like, oh, really? So I think it's good that South Korea is actually starting to pay attention to this. And South Korean government paper has begun to reflect this too, right? We have the new Southern Policy, we have the Indo-Pacific strategic position paper now. I mean, South Korean elites are becoming aware of this issue, and I think it's good that this is coming up. And now what needs to happen, I think, is some movement with South Korean public opinion to actually realize that, particularly South Korean energy exports, carbon imports, pardon me, through the South China Sea and the East China Sea are vulnerable. To a certain extent, I think that ignorance out there in the general public is understandable because for a long time, South Korea, like many other countries, relied on the U.S. Navy's securement of the global commons to secure commerce. I think that's pretty well understood. But in this particular region, that is coming under question, I think, for sort of two reasons. First, it's pretty obvious that the PLAN is growing and that China has ambitions at minimum to control or structure or regulate, whatever you want to say, its own maritime perimeter. Most obviously the South China Sea. I don't think anybody really disputes anymore that China's effort to colonize and militarize those islands is an effort ultimately to control them, which would then allow the PLAN, presumably, should they choose to be where they upset at Japan or South Korea or Taiwan, to embargo or blockade or otherwise block or inhibit shipping through the Malacca Straits and the Bashi Channel to up to the democracies of Northeast Asia. I think in this sense, this issue applies not just to Korea, but also to Japan and Taiwan. Right? Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, their carbon imports from the Gulf are vulnerable and increasingly will be more vulnerable to PLAN interventions, shall we say, right? They're not going to call it openly a blockade, but I mean, it's pretty clear that that's where we're going. Okay, that's the first issue, right? So China has sort of at least local peripheral concerns for control. The second issue is one that Gordon brought up and hasn't really been brought up too much, which is that the American guarantee, this U.S. securement of the commons, may not be quite so locked in if Donald Trump or a similar Trumpist returns to the U.S. presidency. The Republican Party under Donald Trump has taken a pretty weird and unpredictable course in the last 5 to 10 years. And if Trump gets back in there, it's just not really clear at all if Trump is actually going to care about these issues. Right? Again, I think most of the people in the room are familiar with this. I don't have too much time, right? And I don't think Donald Trump is going to win, for what it's worth. But if he does get back in there, right, and he continues to reshape the Republican Party around his dislike for allies, it's not clear to me that the U.S. is actually going to do the kinds of things that it's done in the South China Sea, like freedom of navigation operations, right? So to that extent, I think the ROK Navy's concern to build capability to project south is a good idea if that's where we're going, and I would encourage that. Okay, so it seems to me that if the ROKs are going to now care about the South China Sea and the East China Sea, there's sort of two big sort of buckets of options here, two bins. First, what we would call an international relations theory, internal and external balancing. The external options, I think, are already understood by ROK strategic and diplomatic elites, right? That is to go out and actually start to build relationships with states in the region, right? The paper, Dr. Kim's paper, talks about Indonesia and Japan. Those are very obvious choices, right? The United States is obviously a partner, right? The United States is doing FONOPs right now in the South China Sea, right? I would also recommend the Philippines and Vietnam because they're wide littorals on the South China Sea. And these are all partners that are immediately and directly relevant to ROK shipping through the South China Sea, right? And so, you know, again, I presume the new Southern policy is meant to sort of build these kinds of connections, but those are obvious military and diplomatic and strategic actors that can be, you know, you can reach out to them and try to find some way to deal with this Chinese sort of oblique threat to the shipping. And I will point out, obviously, that South Korea's concerns here are very similar to a lot of other countries in the region, right? Nobody wants the PLAN to have some kind of like boot on the neck of East Asian commerce through the South China Sea. Nobody wants that, so there should be a lot of partners to push back. Okay, so the more aggressive option, the internal option, is to actually build ROC power projection capabilities into that can actually sort of push ROC power southward. And this comes, both of these presentations hinted at that, right? I would just point out right from the beginning, maybe as a civilian analyst, is that all this stuff would be really costly. And South Korea already faces pretty severe terrestrial and aerospace challenges, which is to say North Korean missiles, and the Korean People's Army, which means budgetary space for the ROCs, for ROC-N, to build a big force is going to be limited. Right? If the South Korean Navy is really going to be able to project south, you're going to need a lot of stuff, you're going to need a lot of platforms, it's going to be costly. The Army and the Air Force are going to fight because they have their own concerns with North Korean missiles and the sheer size of the KPA, so I would imagine this is going to require more money from the Korean National Assembly, right? And we already know from the aircraft carrier debate of the last couple of years that the National Assembly is wary about, you know, continuing to push up the numbers. So if you can actually get those kinds of resources out of the National Assembly, then comes the question of what you want to get. The big hot debate in Korea for the last couple of years is the aircraft carrier. It's pretty well understood that maritime aviation is, you know, pretty crucial, right? To do that, South Korea would also need to build at least a small fleet of support ships. Again, people in this room would know this better than I do. But again, my point is that all of this is going to require a pretty significant shift in South Korean defense strategy, right? This is sort of genuine power projection, and it's going to cost some money, and it's going to cost a lot of money, and it's going to take a lot of time to redo this, right? So I imagine in the interim, the choice is, as was mentioned, to sort of reach out to local partners. But, you know, if South Korea is going to be able to do this itself, you know, if Trump gets back in there and you can't rely on us, you're going to have to build this stuff yourself, and it's going to cost a lot of money and take a lot of time to develop those capabilities. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much.
저희가 좀 시간
We have to manage time efficiently, so after all the discussion is over, then we may take some questions from the floor if you have any. If you have any questions to the presenters, we'll take the questions later after the discussion. So let's move on to Professor Lee Jung-hwan and also Professor Chung Gu-yeon, and you can now make a comments. Hello, I am Professor Lee Jung-hwan from Seoul National University, and I'd like to make comments on the Dr. Krana's paper. It was really interesting. The Korea's very macro level proposals on our Indo-Pacific strategy and the specific suggestions for the ROK Navy. I think it's really important for our plans. And I'd like to share with you a few thoughts that I had. Well, from the Dr. Kurada's paper, what was really interesting was about this comprehensiveness. And you had a very specific definition of the comprehensiveness. When it comes to the Indo-Pacific strategy, we say it's comprehensive, but it's vague and it's just in good intention. But you had a very specific definition of the comprehensiveness, although we didn't have that. And as Dr. Kurana wrote, it's not a new concept, but as a means for the security, not just the military power, but there is a comprehensive national power that we can leverage. So we have to identify what powers we have as a country, and we have to consider this comprehensive national power. And I think that means a lot. That has a huge implications for Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy, and we need to think about what we can mobilize and leverage to have a good strategy. So it provided a good starting point to consider. And the second point, as Dr. Kurata mentioned, it was about the inclusiveness. Well, from this morning, we talked about this Indo-Pacific strategy, inclusiveness and exclusiveness. So Dr. Kurata talked about this inclusiveness and how we have to be inclusive. And from the morning, we also heard from other professors. It is about the value and inclusiveness. There are some subtle, like the conflict and tension. And Dr. Krana also talked about and highlighted the importance of the inclusiveness for China as well. And I think we can be more detailed or tiered in terms of the inclusiveness. I think non-exclusiveness versus like the passive inclusiveness. Given what we have today in this 21st century, I think to be proactively inclusive toward China is hard. We may take like the non-exclusiveness stance for China. I think that could be one point from our strategy. But when you talk about this policy against China, well, we have some limitations in terms of being inclusiveness. So what we have to do is, as Dr. Krana mentioned, it's not just about China or not doing something against China, but it will be about this whole holistic region and in the Pacific, although we don't have a clear definition of what it covers, but not just the Quad countries, but the other countries as well, Global South, and also the ASEAN countries or the Middle East and Pacific. So in the Pacific region is now being led by the many countries, and I think we need to be engaged in this region, and this active inclusiveness will be about, many countries think that Asia is a key part, and they have this global south in 2023 from the G7. They think it's an important topic. So here, for India, will be a part of it, but for South Korea, this requires a lot of efforts. So with the ASEAN, we may have good relations with the ASEAN countries, but to take it to the next level, we have to think about what we have to do. Well, in the Korean foreign diplomacy, Global South, ASEAN, Middle East, these partners, we had some relations at some point, but these relations were not going into any deeper so far. So this is something that we need to figure out as a country. And third point, as Dr. Krana mentioned about the functional elements, well, it's about the inclusiveness and the universal values. We all feel the need, and about pursuing the values or turning them into diplomatic policies, I think we need to be more specific and substantial. And Dr. Krana made important comments, like the key concept needed and the very specific proposals he made. Rather than just pursuing universal values, whether it comes to MDA or CME, we need to have these more specific concepts to have like the sustainability and the public diplomacy. We have to also implement more specific programs, and only then we can reconcile these different ideas with different programs. And last but not least is the Dr. Kurata mentioned these functional suggestions. If our Navy want to implement them, it would require a lot of resources. Well, for now, it's not just about the Navy's problem, it's about the Korean government's problem. They have to be able to support the Navy, and to make this decision, what would require them, what would take them to make the decision. I don't have any answer, but this is something we have to find the answer to. Thank you. That is it from me. Thank you very much. I am Professor Jung Gu-yeon from Gangwon University. I will make it quick because we are running out of time. I will make quick comments. The Dr. Kurana and Professor Lee, thank you for the comments. I think I share a lot of the commonalities. From the morning, we had some differences in opinions. The first one is, this Indo-Pacific concept, what is it? How can we define it? On this, we don't have any common definition. So as we develop the strategies, this stress of the urgency is not really shared by everyone. So in this regard, I think the current administration, when they have or announced this strategy, what neighbor countries expected and what our government wanted could have been somewhat different. And previously, before this administration, when it comes to the Indo-Pacific, it was not just about the geographical territory. As Dr. Kurana mentioned, it is about the geostrategic frontier, and not just the U.S. It's not just about the U.S.-China tension, but the countries in this region is now trying to have balance of power, and that is why the rules-based order is now being threatened. So that's why the countries are trying to build a coalition, and that's what's happening in this Indo-Pacific region. And many countries develop their own strategies. And I think when our country developed this strategy, that's what the other countries expected. And the current administration, when they use the rules-based order in the strategy, and also the global pivotal state as a vision for the strategy, the administration wanted to achieve this aim by having this Indo-Pacific strategy. So Korea wanted to implement this strategy with that in mind. So moving forward, I think on this point, we need to make sure that at a government level, they may need to have some communication channel to make clear what they are trying to achieve from this strategy. And Professor or Dr. Kurana talked about it in the slide or the presentation paper number 43 with the table 1 and the multilateral, minilateral, and the groupings and differences. The problem here is that, as was mentioned before, it's about China. Well, of course, India and South Korea have totally different approaches to China. Korea, when it comes to China, we don't have the capability or the awareness to have this hard balancing against China. And also, in terms of Korea's China policy, the inclusiveness is a key word. While the U.S. policy on the Indo-Pacific, you can hear the word inclusiveness. And as Professor Lee mentioned, it is not just about this non-exclusiveness at the G7 summit. Like the Biden administration said, it's not about the decoupling. It's more about the de-risking, and that is the correct meaning for the 2023. And in Korea yesterday, according to the National Security Report released by the South Korean government, it's not about non-exclusiveness, but it should be based on the principles. And the reciprocity is, how do I say it in Korean? So reciprocity is that's emphasized in the strategy. So they are not really trying to antagonize or decouple with China. This approach is not what we are trying to achieve. in terms of Chinese policy. And the last one, at the functional level, the presenter made a few proposals, and the multi-domain awareness, or MDA, or the enforcement, or there are many important elements that he highlighted. For South Korea, well, the topic for today's session is about the Seapower development to become a global pivotal state. And I think we have to think about whether the Navy has the right conditions to fulfill the roles. As Professor Lee mentioned, well, actually, we need to have the right strategy and resources, but as a professor, we also see that there is a huge drop in the number of the students by 2024, 2025. The number of the students will really go down, and it will happen in a couple of years in Korea. This is really a reality, and this could mean a lot for our future warfare. So we need to take a long-term perspective in developing the sea power in the long-term perspective, and also for future warfare, not just for the present. We need to prepare for the future, and then we need to plan for like the budget, strategy, and in that sense, we need to have like a holistic perspective. And as I mentioned before, it's also in the report for the national security, and we should not miss the momentum for now. So it's not just about like the us, but we have to come up with the action plans for the Navy. That will be important to keep the momentum. And other than that, the other considerations for Navy, I would like to mention 3 key points before closing. And as Dr. Kurana mentioned, we need to be more inclusive, and we need to be broad. Well, maritime confidence building and connectivity is important concept. Korea's Indo-Pacific presence is the essential in building the ship power, like the people-to-people exchange, or building a hotline, or not just the Navy, but the Coast Guard or other ministries can be engaged to build a channel of communication. Or furthermore, bilateral, unilateral, multilateral coalition could be built. I mean, because it's something that's not really working at the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs level, but Navy can play a better role in building a regional architecture and take the initiative in this security dialogue. And the other thing that we can do, or capacity building, is an important piece. And many people pointed out that not just Korea, but, well, actually the current architecture, some vulnerable countries like the maritime law enforcement or maritime security, technical aspects, infrastructure, especially the digital infrastructure, we need more cooperation. It's not just about for the assistance for development. Ministry of the Foreign Affairs is doing its job, but the Navy can also take a role from a strategic perspective. The last point I would like to make point is this Sino-US library. The biggest issue is about, I mean, how we can collect our or build our collective power. And he talked about the MDA, and we can develop that into like information fusion center, information sharing, and even to the exercise. Well, this whole thing is something that Korea is already doing, and to have a bigger power, ship power in the Indo-Pacific region, this is really prerequisites. And our space strategy could be also an important issue here. So for now, there is some power struggle among the huge countries, big countries. So we may be passive, but this is something that we have to prepare for in the future.
Thank you. So as we have invited the panelists for the second session and wish we had more time to engage in more discussion in depth, and wish we were invited for the first session as a panelist, right? And among those of you who have questions, I think we only have time for 2 questions only. Are there 2 persons who would like to direct your questions to presenters? Then we will first address your questions, and then we will give you additional remarks to wrap up the session. Okay? Somebody who is sitting at the very back. Good afternoon. I'm a Major Han from the Maritime University. My question is directed to Professor Gurpreet. I think, yes, you mainly talked about the importance of a cooperation of the different navies on the sea. I think when we come to the cooperation between different navies on the Indo-Pacific region, I think Indo-Pacific region is such a broad area, and because we feel the need to collaborate with each other for broader scope. That's what makes us really difficult to cooperate with each other. To really maintain the momentum, sustain the momentum, I believe that we have to come up with a cooperation model at the policymakers level. For example, we have to have an agency organization that can really invite all of us on a regular basis. So this is a question to all of you. Do you feel the need to establish a separate organization and institution, and do you have more opinions? Okay. If there's no more question, then we are going to address your question right away. Okay, Professor Kim, I think you have about 5 minutes. Okay, I will do my best to keep my remarks as brief as possible. Thank you for your remarks from the 2 discussants. Professor Chu from Malaysia. I think you mentioned about legal systems. Among many things that I have mentioned, cooperation among regional states need to be based on laws and systems. That's how I wrapped up, and it seems to me that you also have agreed with my idea. Then what kind of a legal system is then? And I can tell you about 3 things. Around Malacca Strait and Korean Strait, and above it there's a Tsugaru Strait. According to the UN Maritime Act, as I'm not the professor who are teaching the international maritime law, I'm not sure whether it really is belong to the UN Maritime the Act, but every vessel has right to go through the strait. And well, the right and authority can be also granted to the vessels of Korea, China, and Japan. And right of transit passage is something that we always have to remember before doing the set sail. That's one of the legal systems that I wanted to bring up. And to my explanation, also the managing container is capital intensive. So I mentioned the Taiwan, Japan, and also Germany and Korea come together to forge and sign the alliance. And there's a system called the Alliance for Ship Owners. So that is based on such a system. And I told you maybe we need to jointly manage container boxes since there's not a single system for that. So maybe 3 to 4 countries need to come together, maybe also inviting the private sector or even the central government. The governments can sign an agreement on that. And cooperation with partner countries is very important, which was mentioned by Professor Robert. And I think you also briefly mentioned about the special ship which can provide hospital service. When I went to Vladivostok, I witnessed that there was a vessel which can provide a hospital service in the Far East Sea. So if we can put people on board under the hospital ship, then I think it will be very useful to separate people from under the general public. For example, in the next outbreak of the COVID-19, for example. So maybe if we have such vessel, then we can send such vessel to the countries. This is it from me. Thank you.
Okay, I thank Major Han for a very excellent question. Why? Because of this question, I will combine some comments which I had in response to the discussants, two discussants on my left. And this is very important because it concerns the interface between the ROK Navy and the policymakers. So that is great. And I haven't touched upon it, but it's a very important fact. Now, you know, in India, we have faced this problem. What we want to do as a Navy, we are impeded by the government, the Ministry of External Affairs, which is the Foreign Ministry, right? For various reasons, because they do not share the same perspective as we have. They feel that we are more ambitious. We are going to take away the national diplomacy from their turf. All these issues are there. But eventually, you have to persist. We have persisted. In 2008, the Indian Navy took an initiative to make the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium. The MEA did not give its blessings. But eventually, the MEA is represented in the IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association. So today, the Indian Naval Symposium has become a sub-working group in the IORA. So it's the same thing for South Korea. It is, for instance, the WPNS. If you have some function which you want to do as a cooperative measure in the WPNS, you have the ARF, where your political masters, where your government policy makers go there. An important issue in the same respect is resources, as was mentioned. Remember, whatever you are doing in peacetime, you are doing it for the nation. It is not a service requirement. And I remember, I told you about the MDA. The MDA feeds not only to your military missions, but also to marine environment protection. You talk about comprehensive maritime engagement. When you engage with the navies of the smaller countries around you, you will gain influence. Your country will gain influence. As I said in my presentation, this is a means of using the Navy as an instrument of foreign policy. And one very important apprehension was observed that how can the Navy do so much? How can the Navy fulfill the national ambition of global pivotal state? Remember, you have not done much so far because of your compulsions with regard to North Korea. But this is a time you have to begin to do something, because the future generations, at least they will have a takeoff point as has happened in India. You do not have a great working relationship amongst the navies with ASEAN. Even India did not have. But today, just last month, Indian Navy and the ASEAN navies together, they had the first ever combined naval exercise. So you have to start from scratch, and don't worry about a global pivotal state. It sounds so huge and humongous. You have to start small, start with the region, and I'm sure in one day South Korea will be the global pivotal state. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 네.
Thank you. We have talked about many important things. I think the focus was placed on security, right? Maritime security. And the conclusion that we can gain from the first and second session is that we really need a naval power. Even if there are limitations or the institutions that international community, yes, there are limitations that can go so far. So We've been continuously talking about this, and regional multilateral system will be one of the options. And also the case of the Ukraine, I think demonstrates itself. It heavily relied on NATO, but it received little help. Although the U.S. will not participate in proactively, but once we have multilateral system in place successfully, then we can maintain this stability over the region. So when multilateral system is successfully in place on a small scale, then we can improve, for example, Korea-Japan relations and also with other countries, which will bring about positive impact on our region. As I mentioned, we are all connected, right? Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Australia, and also the Malaysia. We are all connected with one another through the ocean, and that's why naval power, sea power are very important. So there's an African saying that you need to go together if you want to go far, right? That's why we need to come together with the regional state to travel far. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for summarizing all the things that we have talked about in such a short period of time. So this brings an end to us over the second session. Please, you may return to your seat. I really could witness enthusiasm from all of you. As the luncheon was a bit delayed than scheduled, I think all of you have a very hard time in keeping your remarks as brief as possible. We have talked about sea power development to become a global pivotal state during the second session. So we have done everything what we have prepared based on mutual trust and also for the mutual prosperity. I'm sure we had meaningful time all together. I would like to thank you all for staying with us till the very end of today's symposium. Once again, as an opportunity to share, exchange, and also opinions over the maritime security, I hope that you had a very meaningful time with us. This concludes the 16th International Sea Power Symposium, and once again, I would like to come and visit you again on the next symposium. Thank you so much. And I would like to make an announcement on transportation. 10 to 5. The time is 10 to 5. So from 10 to 5, 15 minutes away from now, bus will depart to Jungdong Station and Busan Station, also Kimhae Airport. There will be a shuttle bus waiting for you at the main gate in front of SIGNIEL. So if you want to go to Jungdong Station, Busan Station, Kimhae Airport, please be on board on that shuttle bus. If you need to get the parking ticket, please go to the registration desk near the lobby. Again, shuttle bus will depart to Jungdong, Busan Station, Kimhae Airport at 10 to 5. Thank you so much.